Good morning, afternoon, wherever you all are, evening in some places. Hope you all have had a great Wednesday. I affectionately call, as many do, Hump Day. We're over the hump, headed for the weekend. So I hope you all enjoy. We are on our way, getting ready to travel to JFK. And the first officer just stepped on the deck. We got her a little thing today, and oh, she loves it. She loves to eat it. Oh, that's great to see. But anyway, today we're flying to JFK out of Frankfurt, Pan Am flight, and a continuation of a series we started last month and have flown part 1 already of episode 2. We are flying Life as a Military Brat. Where the emphasis came from this was my wife. I was kind of trying to figure out some places to fly. She came up, well, why not fly where you've lived? Being a military brat, we've lived quite a few places. So I jotted it down. Where have I lived? It was a substantial list, as many military brats will tell you. For me, not as bad as some, more than others. 9 different schools I went to. So out of 12, that's not a good record. I believe, yeah, 9. So, yeah. Welcome in. First year of life, born in San Bernardino, California, found me in Bitburg, Germany. And then we traveled back to the States, and that's what today is. Hang on just a second. All right, just hearing some things the wife has done, which is cool. So I thought that would be a really good series of flights. So that's what we're going to embark on here for the next few weeks. It will take a little bit. Some shorter than others, some longer than others. For instance, this flight going back can't be done in one sitting. We did that from San Bernardino here. And, well, YouTube doesn't like 12-hour videos or longer. So we had to chop it up. So that's why we're breaking this flight up. We're going to head into New York City, swap aircraft. Now, the aircraft you saw listed for here, it's a borderline aircraft. Now, the 707-300s that were the primary Pan Am aircraft, oh yeah, they could hop the ocean in a heartbeat. The 120 was made more short range. So that's why. And the aircraft is right at its maximum range. So I thought, no, we're not playing that game. We did do that once, Tokyo to Honolulu. We actually ran it out of fuel. So why not just take the beastie that can do the route? The 747-200. We haven't done it in a month, and why not? Let's get her back in the air. We haven't flown it in a while. So that's what we're doing. And if y'all don't mind, I'm crawling into the cockpit to get rid of that jetway sound. We'll show it off here in a second. It's the first time I've actually seen both jetways deployed. You'll get a good laugh. So hang on. Oh, much better. All right, so we're on the flight deck. So let's do our pre-brief and let's get going. We'll talk about what life was like. I don't actually remember much, if any. Any memories are on slides and pictures my folks have. So, I mean, we're talking, by the time I'm back in the States, I think preschool, kindergarten age today. Of course, we didn't have preschool back then. So So yeah, I don't remember a lot. And if I flew a 747, I'm going to be very bummed because I love that aircraft. No, I'm pretty sure we didn't. It was either DC-8s or 707s, more than likely. Maybe even a Convair, who knows? So, all right, so we're in the cockpit here. Let's bring Sim Toolkit in. Let's talk about it. We are not flying on VATSIM today. A whole litany of reasons. None to do with the 727 flight coming in. It's just a lot easier to fly this off of VATSIM than on. All right, so there you see the start of our travel. Here is our travel. As I zoom us out and let it catch up, we'll be zooming right on up over the ocean here and down in, oh, that's world flight. I'm going, where the heck's that? That's the world flight. Wow, they only got to Boston? Holy mackerel. Last I saw them coming into Greenland. Wow, was it Greenland now or was it Iceland? I'm going to have to go back and look. They're a flight that flies every November-ish time frame, Halloween, and it's usually for charity. A group that built a 747 cockpit for flight sims embarks, and a lot of people fly with them, and it's just neat to watch them go around the world every year. I actually was going to scrap this flight and try and figure out where they were going to be and join them. Just not working out. So, on the other hand, we'll just stick with our game plan. Now, Friday's flight could get changed up. I'm thinking of maybe not running them back to back to back to back, but space out these a little bit, maybe a week at a time, couple weeks in between, just so they don't overpower. But anyway, so that's what it looks like. We're the blue line going to about here, all the way to here. Well, the other way. All right, so we're kind of coming in here. All right, so there we have what we're doing out of here. There's our route if you can read it. If not, it came up in the chat box. But here's the particulars for this flight. It's flight 67 for Pan Am called Clipper. We are leaving with approximately 83,820 pounds in the payload, 244,700 pounds roughly of fuel. We'll show the exact numbers we ended up with here shortly. 366 brave souls aboard with us, 16,000 pounds of cargo. So that's what makes up that big number up there. Departing 7 center, landing at this time to 2 left. We'll see when we get there. Weather always changes. Okay, you got the route. This is actually tracking NAT Route D. NAT standing for North Atlantic track. There are tracks set up across the North Atlantic to help space all that traffic going east to west and west to east. East to west usually ends about noonish-ish and flips to west to east going back. So you'll see primarily all your European traffic coming in, leaving early morning hours there, getting here early afternoon hours in their destinations in the States. Likewise, early evening, arriving early morning over there in Europe. The goal, get you here by check-in time. It's a big racket, the travel industry, so it's pretty cool to watch. So we're going to initially climb to 32,000 out of Frankfurt. As we enter the North Atlantic track, we're going to climb or be at 34,000. After we come off the track, will be at 38,000. Now, in between there, we may step up. I try to step about every hour or two. Usually your fuel levels are down where you're light enough, but also it depends on the winds. Folks going west, you all encountered that in um, this cycle's cross the pond, a lot longer flights than you're used to in the spring. That's because you're fighting a pretty good headwind. We have an averaged almost 40 knot headwind all the way across, so we have to pad our fuel tanks for that. All right, so there's our trip. Weather here, hopefully better than last night. If you haven't got a chance to watch it, our last flight yesterday was a doozy. We took off in low instrument conditions, 200-foot broken, landed 100-foot broken at Schiphol. And in the middle, went through a thunderstorm that kept kicking our autopilot off. So, oh, what a flight. So it's up there. It's the A350 Berlin to Schiphol, EDDB to EHAM. And what a flight that was. Oh, man. It was fun. That was all out fun. We broke out, actually, it was 100 reported. We broke out at about 400. Little technical issues on my parts why I continued to land, but boy, that was fun. None to say. Hopefully today, just as fun, just a lot longer. Looking at about a 7.5 hour fly time. So we're going to get things rolling here pretty quick. So that's what we've got here. Overcast at 1,007 and 4. So we're still in that possibility of some fog forming. Although we've got a little bit of push in the atmosphere, that helps stir it up. So, but again, all depends what else is going on. JFK, we're looking at a wind out of the south, a 10-mile visibility. And right now the ceiling at 25,000, we have no TAF here, so we don't know what to expect. Other than we think 2-2 left. So, but we'll see as we cross. Excuse me, I didn't mean to yawn in your ears there, folks. Sorry about that. But we'll see how this progresses. All right, so let's get this wrapped up, pull Sim Toolkit away, and get going after it here. Now, I have already loaded the plane. Let me double check, but I'm pretty sure it's loaded. All loaded. Currently on board 19 crew members, 366 people, 30,000 pounds of cargo. All right, so let's take a look at what we did, and then we're going to get the airplane checked out, ready to go. All right, so what I did is I clicked preset 25%, 100% for passengers, and then adjusted each of the compartments. So above the line is the passenger compartments, cabin 4, 3, 2, 1, upper deck, as denoted down here. Cargo 1, 2, 3, 4, or 1, 2, 3 bulk, as denoted down here, and just adjusted it to what I was wanting to run, 366 people. Now, I try to get it close to the zero fuel weight. There's no way of doing it without cargo. Sorry, folks, these planes take off with cargo because that's where a lot of money's made on these flights. That and the alcohol sales up above. But anyway, those who know me knew that line was coming. So currently, so that's what we're working here is zero fuel weight of 497,400 pounds. Okay, now how did we get the fuel to go heavier? Very simple. Go up here, you fill out this little area here, 3,500 miles. I think I boosted it a few miles. We're actually going 3,405 miles. So I boosted it about 90 miles. Okay. 38,000's where we'll eventually end up at. Our tailwind is a negative because it's a headwind. Tailwind, we lose fuel because it's pushing us. Headwind, we got to push into the wind. We need more power, more fuel. Okay, our alternate is Boston, 254 miles away, so we rounded it up to 3. 10% contingency, taxi 30, and that's what brought us up to 269,000. Little over 20,000 pounds more, about an extra hour's worth of fuel. Well under landing weight. Okay, so that's the aircraft. Now, let's get to work. When I first come to the aircraft, just so you all know what I do, I come in here, I click it there, but then head over here, close the battery, go to norm on the alternate power, or what do they call it? Standby power. Ooh, ooh, oh. There we go. I hate when I do that. All right, so then I'll come back, remove or chocks, connect GPU, ACU. Okay, wait for them, and they're going to tell you. Placing chocks in place, connecting GPU connected. They will not say anything for the ACU. Now, I believe I have not taken the latest update out there, so that could have changed. But, and my apologies to Felis, because you guys know I do try my darndest to be up to date for y'all, so you can pop your heads in and go, okay, everything seems, oh wait, that needs to be tweaked, you know. And I know Mr. Felis has talked to me, so and he's told me, oh, gonna have to tweak that. So I do know every now and then they do pop in to see what's going on. Okay, and then I open my doors. Now you're going, wait a minute, 1L, 2L. That's right. I'll show you here in a second. And I open my cargo doors. They close when it's done loading. Now let me show you this. It is a little bit laughable. It's not Felis that I know of. I don't know why that alarm is still going on. Anyway, the jetways, both of them are connected. They both moved into position. We'll show when we get ready to get out. Wow, that's just annoying as can be. All right, so let's get in here. After that, folks, we just head over here, close our 2 external powers, and go from there. Turn on our galley and start, you know, getting the plane ready. I pop back over here, get the IRS aligning, lights on, and other little things that some work, some don't. But the other big one is right here, the radio master bus. Turn both of those on. Takes a few minutes, but eventually your 2 gyros will spin up and be in place. All right, so here's how I do my pre-flight, and I'm just going to go through it. Y'all can watch. If it says the word test, I test it. If it says, for instance, like the APU, I'm going to turn it on. Not yet. I'm going to get everything else going, but let me just check something real quick. Okay, we do have our fuel. Cool. All right, and I've got all of our recirculation fans on, and I've got our gasper on. Once the APU's on, then I can turn packs on. Also have the number 4 or electric pump on for hydraulics. All right, so I'm going to go in, basically, I'm going to kind of zoom in a little so you can see what we're playing with, but we're basically, for instance, squib test, we test it. Fire test, fault test, we test it, and so forth down the line. Okay, here everything's pretty well set up already as with here. Now, if you go into the manuals, you will find a lot of checks in here. Feel free to do them. Just realize they take time. One last thing before I get solid into doing this, I brought the eye point all the way back for a reason. The fire bottle or the fire handles are here along with wheel well and cargo. But the test is way back here. So like the fire test, fault. Okay, let me do my squibs real quick. Okay, so now you see why I came all the way back. So we're going to get into this and get a little quiet, get it done. Okay, these are your brakes, just individually. Okay. Gear doors, okay. Okay. I know this one sounds silly, but if you just didn't do that, it'll, when we go through the checklist, you'll hear it. I do run the checklist because you know what? I miss things from time to time. All right, now we go through and check all of our cross feeds. Stupid me, forgot to let the light turn off. Okay. This is the configuration for the cross feeds for takeoff. Afterwards, we switch into a little different to drain out the center, and we'll go from there. Just so you know, now we'll check our boost pumps. Okay, all the lights went out. In Georgia. Okay, we got everything checked, I believe here. We've got alt on this panel. Now we have two more checks. I'm just looking over our engine oil. Very good on the quantity. I'm going to set our panel lights. And everything looks good. And then I'm going to do a test. And this is just making sure all the light bulbs are burning in here. And they are working. Okay, now we move to the overhead. Real quick, coming down, that goes off, that goes armed. Okay, these two are, this is your main panel background. We'll show more of this if we get any night flying out of it. Overhead, the overhead lighting here. Okay, wheel well. Okay, emergency lights. Seatbelts and No smoking lit. Okay, good. On, test. Good tests, off. Okay, and you don't have to leave the power on. Okay, I have my nav lights, my logos on, everything else off. Indicator lights all are burning here. In the middle. And if I came across one, I wouldn't know how to fix it anyway, so. All right. We're all set, ready to go on that panel. This panel requires some charts to help do some of the checks. First off, panel lights up. What I do is just go grab a approach chart. In this case, I'm just going to use 7 center. Really doesn't matter. You just need an ILS frequency for the airport. So 110.55. Okay, now what this will do, okay, as you look at your gyros here, this one is specific. It's going to go up and left. So you have an up glide slope, left localizer. That's this arrow. Now the down will work, but the right is already right. But you'll see it move on the HSI. And then you can set it to whatever you want. 15.9 sounds good. Okay, flight director works. Off, off. We're going off 7. Oop, wrong way. Okay, we don't need to worry about that's on heading 0. We'll deal with this in a second. Off. Flight director check, yes. And again, 55. Okay, ILS good. Up left. Okay, down right. Just down right, great. And I'm just gonna set it to like 120, you know, something like that. I don't know yet what we'll use. And then I'll look down, nothing else. Okay, now over here, let's go ahead, turn up some lights here. I'm gonna do the same over here. By the way, these are your background lights right here. Under these switches, you see how the panel lit? That's what they are. We'll light up these. Adjusting once we're in flight. Okay, so what I do is move it all the way over. That's why I would have turned up the lights and just start looking at my gauges. However, these two kind of interconnect when you do a test. Okay, and then reset. Okay, and then we'll do a push to test, 1031. And this is the only one that makes a sound. No need for both of them going off at the same time. Okay, now I back out again because when we hit this, all 4 lights come on above the PFD or the gyros. And then I look at this. Okay, max indications, reset. All right, now we talked about this. Hang on. You've heard this before. It's your altitude alert. Going down, going up. I'm going to set it for 5 because a lot of your clearances are for 5,000. Could be lower, could be higher, but generally that's where they are. You've never heard these sounds on Flying with Mike.
Pull up. Glide slope. Glide slope. Pull up. Glide slope. Glide slope.
Never, ever does that ever go off on mine. Hang on, let me push my nose in. And if you're not familiar with the reference, Pinocchio. Rudder ratio is an idiot light right here. And then basically we're checking the same things over here. Push to test 1, push to test 2. There are no light buttons to push, but we have a test here. And they both went off, which is good. And then I always like to make sure, good, 1031. Here's our, again, it will not make a sound. And again, that's just because we only need one going off. Okay. Everything else looks good. Hydraulic pressure is good. Okay, back over here. We're going to fire up what's called a cathode ray tube. And many of you of this generation have no clue what these are. These are the computer screens of old. They actually needed to be warmed up. Hawker 125 a few weeks ago pointed out, and I'm glad he did. I didn't even think about that example. The old TVs wouldn't just immediately burst with a screen. They took a few seconds to warm up. That's what we're doing here. Okay, all the switches and levers are good. We'll come back, put the flight plan in a second. This one's doing good. And real quick, looking over, spoilers are in the down position, trim set, flaps 0. We'll spoil up 0 inboard, 0 outboard. And all that's saying, folks, is your takeoff configuration is in need of some serious looking at. Some things missed, like in this case, flaps, parking brakes, engines being turned on. I mean, the whole gambit. So the other thing I want to point out, and we're going to do this here soon, is your fuel switches. These are what you spool up, and then you engage at 20%. That's fine and dandy at sea level. You get to a place like Bogota, or I haven't fully tried this out in like Denver, but Bogota, you may have to go to rich first to get that engine to go to 20%. And once you get the light off, then put it in idle. So we're going to do that here. We ran into some serious troubles the last time. I wasn't expecting. So that was fun. That actually turned this into a pretty cool flight when we did that. Okay. So that's all set. Here is what those INS units look like. There would be 2 where my FMCs are, one in each slot. And that's how they flew these things, by coordinates, north and your lat long coordinates. That's what I was trying to think of. But during the alignment phase, you had to plug in the coordinate where you're at. Be it the airport reference point, which is an okay one, but the closer to the plane you could get, the better. And then along the way, you would continue to keep that alignment close using VOR alignment, so that when you would go into areas that are lacking updatable sources, you were pretty accurate until you got close enough to begin the INS updating again. It's a little complicated little thing, but it's not hard until you get an error that won't clear, which is what happened to me, and I just gave up on them. I mean, I tried everything with both the developer of it. I just couldn't do it, and it was not Felis, folks. This was a century of flight, long time ago, and I just won't go back to them. That's why you don't see me flying them. So standby, and I go to exponder, and everything looks good. Now there are tests here on your EPR. This is kind of like your takeoff, climb 1, climb 2 on some Boeings, and it happens automatically in your Airbuses. And this is the FRAT system. So I primarily deal with here, takeoff. That is not takeoff top of descent. It's takeoff dry. They actually put water in the exhaust to help in the exhaust section of the engine to give it more power. More thrust is the word, not power. And they could also go dry. They could go wet. So I could tell you right now, the ones that were wet, you see it all the time if you watch B-52s and old KC-135s, just pouring the smoke out. Bingo. So there you go, folks. We're ready to start putting the flight plan in. Lucky for us, route menu, company. Lucky there. Click. Runway 70. We'll check everything. As a matter of fact, let's start it. Departure. And with that, we're ready, just about ready to go, folks. Let's see here. I want charts. Now, we don't have a nav display to look at, so it doesn't matter. What I wanted to do here is get this up here, close that out, bring up our departure. Actually, let's bring up where we're at. Okay, we're over here in the B concourse number 4. We're going to push back facing somewhat south, taxi out via November all the way down to I think it's Lima 21, so we come out with the most use of the runway. Okay, after that, here's where we join it. Okay, we're flying the hang on a second. Okay, we're flying the 1 Echo. So we're going to track runway to FRD, continue FRD to 800, whichever is later, then intercept, and so forth. You can read it for yourself. After ODOGA, RNIV 5 equipment necessary. Okay. I always select my runway first, which it already did for us, and then OBOKA 1E selected, entered. Go to legs. So you see what we're doing is a pretty quick turn out of here. So that we track, okay, so we're okay, so DF 139.46, ODOGA, which is right up here, to Kusum, to Gubex, Ravik, Ditnam. Okay. And then OBOKA. I think Chewbacca is right here. Oh, anyway, okay, so that gets us up to here, and then we basically just want to make sure things are right. So Roku, Tanik, TORNU, GALSO. Then we start getting into London airspace, Amriv, Mamek, Sunham, Blikes, Eric, and so forth. We just kind of look in to make sure no discontinuities. I like to kind of follow it real quickly. Sergo, and make sure everything seems good. Lamb. So we're going north of London. UGBET and OKSAW and BIBPE. And then we start turning our attention to the North Atlantic track. OKTAD, MEDOG, KRAGY, BAKUR. Okay, now that's where things kind of stop for about 340 miles out to MALOT. That's where we join the old NatTrack Delta. It will change tonight, midnight-ish, for when the flights start coming back. Okay, there are provisions for the other aircraft that go whenever the heck they want to. 30, okay, 5320, 5330, 5340, 5150, ALLRY. Okay, that is looking good. Fix 1. Okay, I don't know why it got put in that way, but we'll take it. Hopefully that's the right one. YYG, I may just go direct. KRAGY, VIGMA, and then KB818, SOBAH, PLYMM, okay, so now we're on the Parch 3 arrival. I'll keep that on. That, folks, is actually not bad to do. Shank, frill, are those part of it? No. Okay, so we must be coming in. So we'll hit Plymouth over to Providence, and then we will make these altitudes, okay? Because I really don't know where we're going to end up. A lot of times, 22, when it tells me 22 left, I get 22 left. But sometimes it happens. To trait, next, Parch, CCC, Rover, Crail, and cap it. It may stop here. It does. And I'm going to let it stop there. 2 reasons. Again, if we get a different runway, we may have to drop down, come up for the 4s, work our way around for a tight inbound here, or come up from the south here. I mean, or we could come down and shoot in on the 3 4s. So you don't know. So that's why I cap it right there. We're 8 hours away, folks. A lot can happen weather-wise. There's a front moving in the direction. Will it get there by then? Who knows? At least in my book, the pilots have a little better weather people. Not much more than what you see on TV, but they're a little better. And so you don't know. But that's good. Our route looks good. We'll go back to legs, flight plan, RNAV. Okay, now out of Frankfurt, we don't have an ATIS. Why don't we have an ATIS? Did they close? I'll be doggone. They sure did. I think they gave up. There was at one time 15 aircraft waiting to go. And it got ridiculous. And it gets ridiculous. I mean, it's like LA, folks. I mean, let's get real. LA, JFK, pick your busy areas in the US. So, could I go? No, I'm not doing that. It's right at prime time, Europe time. So, they're going to be coming up. So, what we'll do is go back to Frankfurt. Let's see if we can get the transition level by the chart, 5,000. Actually, I'm not going to change that because that's what it's going to be into the US. I could, I guess, but I'm not. I'll just know that once I get established in things to set it right. Okay? All right, so we've gone through all of this. Let's get rid of charts, and that means we're about ready to go, folks. So the only thing left to do is go to the cruise page. 3, 2, 1, 2, 3. 32,000, and progress shows we have 3,200 miles, 3,300 miles to the top of descent. Let's get going, shall we? Put that there. Let me bring this one up, put it on progress, put that one on. We don't have, this is just the default, by the way, just the default FMCs, nothing razzmatazzy about them. So I don't know if they ever will have plans for that, but we're ready to go, folks. Just so you can see it, I'm going to first get over here, close them. And head up top here. Flight deck doors closed and locked. This was just so cool to see. I just don't have an A380, folks. But it was cool that they could load up and down. Oh well. All right, let's get that APU on. We're loaded. Okay, there goes the APU spooling up. If you didn't see it over here, I think it's a fair representation. Packs are off. Okay, that's good. We're at 100%. All right. Now, if you wanted to, you can test how the generator is working on your APU by checking it right here. We're just going to go, you have to close the top no matter what. That's what I call it. Close the top, then close and close. Put the bleed on. There comes your pressure up. Oh, wait a minute. Your packs are right here. Sorry. All right, pack 1's on. 2's on. 3 will go half. You can test them all right here, folks. Really a cool, cool aircraft. And now that we're on the APU, we can come over here to ground.
Cockpit to ground. Disconnect ground power.
And we're ready for pushback. Almost. While that's all going on,
ground power disconnected.
I will try to start the right one. I know a lot of you were really looking forward to seeing the 707-120 fly. We'll be flying it, don't worry. We're still in Europe, so we still have that option with it. Start the flight. And there we go. All right, and we are ready to do some flying.
Ground to cockpit. Please show me where you want to go.
Let me try that again. I hit the wrong switch.
Ground to cockpit. Please show me where you want to go.
You can see Yesterday's flight, by the way, folks, you could not see. I had to actually zoom in to be able to see the pushback.
Ground to cockpit. Toes driving up.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is your captain speaking. On behalf of the entire crew, welcome aboard the Boeing 747 Classic. We will depart shortly after we have our clearance and the cabin crew is finished with their preparations. For now, I wish you a pleasant flight, and I will be back during the flight with further flight information. Cockpit to ground. Remove the chocks.
And I'm not going to lie, folks, the other reason we're not on VATSIM, I don't think with this frame rate here, the weather, the heavy traffic, we have a prayer of staying online with VATSIM.
All doors and hatches are closed. Ready to connect.
Especially when we get over to JFK. Something tells me that would have parked a little further up, probably on this mark. I don't know, just my thinking. Clears the red lines back here, and you don't have to worry about aircraft. Okay, while we're still waiting. Okay, 400.
Connected and bypass pin inserted. Release parking brake.
Okay, we'll do some quick performance. We're going flaps 20 for sure. Runway length 7 center 13,000. Airport elevations probably what, 300, 400. Runway is 07. That was silly. I should have known that one. Slope here. Up 3. Dry temperature. Okay, now we have an ATIS again. METAR says 18 minutes ago it is 7 degrees here. Barometric pressure 3047. Oh, we're gonna have to change that. Okay. Wind 360 at 7. All right, so that right there, folks, is everything for our flight. Make sure to click load from load sheet or your sim. You could do the meteorological stuff from reading this, or only reads weather. I just said it. It doesn't take me much. And here's what it yields. A 152 V1 161 170. We'll click set speeds, and then the speed bugs are set at these speed indications. Stave trim's going to be 5-1, 12 on the pitch, and optimal climb 330. Real quick second here. A lot of you are under the misguided notion that just because you're in a heavy, just because, especially a 7.4 or an A380, that grants you that optimum climb speed. No. That is something you request. And the controller, and I'm talking both real world and online controllers. You request permission for a higher climb, higher than 250. Not because you can't do it, because you can. Folks, you're taking off at 150, climbing at 170. Your flaps are up at 250. So folks, it's not like you can't fly at it. You just may have to keep flaps deployed to maintain it. So just understand that. You do not, just because of this, go to 270, 290, because I'm a heavy, I can do as I please. No, you can't. You really can't, folks. And I don't mean to burst bubbles, but I'm bursting a lot of bubbles out there. I hear this all the time. I'm like, no, you have to have permission to do that. So just keep that in mind. Now, as you can see, there is an easy INS thing here, but not to get off that subject, but just so you all know. All right, let's do it. Before checks.
Before start checklist, please. Gear lever and lights. Down and check. Brakes. Parked. Start levers. Off. Radios. On and check. Flight control hydraulic power. On. INS. Check and nav. Compasses. Slaved. Window heat. On. Seatbelts and no smoking. On. Emergency lights. Armed. Exterior lights. Check. Flight instruments. Check. Altimeters and clocks. 1, 0, 3, 1. Set and cross check. Radio INS switches. Radio. Radar and transponder. Standby. Indicator lights. Check. Engine and wing anti-ice. Off. Stall warning. Check. Mach airspeed warning. Check. Auto brakes. Check and off. Body gear steering. Arm. Anti-skid. On. Autopilot and flight director. Takeoff warning. Check. Auto flight enunciators. Check. GPWS. Check. Instrument warning. Check. Flight director computer selectors. Check. Instrument source selectors. Normal. Reserve brake valve. Closed. Spoilers. Down. Static selectors. Normal. Oxygen mask and regulator. Check and emergency off. Brake pressure. Check. Stabilizer trim. Check and on. Rudder and aileron trim. Check. Checklist completed.
All right. There was one item you heard him kind of, the autopilot flight director check off. I accidentally had him turned on already. I did it early. All right, let's do the next guy real quick. This is where I find I miss things.
Panel. Check. Auxiliary power. Check. Engine oil quantity. Check. Fuel quantity. 26885 pounds. Fuel panel. Check and set. Pressurization controls. Check and set. Bleed controls. Wait. Check and set. Hydraulic quantity. Check. EPR computer. Wait. Go around. Circuit breakers. Check. Indicator lights. Check. Electrical panel. Check and set. Air conditioning controls. Let's see.
All right. I have it still set.
Check and set. Fire control and wing overheat panels. Check and set. Equipment cooling. Check. Passenger oxygen. Check. Hydraulic panel. Check and set. Fuel jettison panel. Check. Crew oxygen. On. Oxygen mask and regulator. Check and emergency off. ADPs off. Checklist completed.
Okay. Now, a couple of things in there. It wanted the fuel pump. Basically, we are right now ready to start up. So, and I am going to do that. We're going to turn our packs off now. Passengers are going to have to get a little uncomfortable. Frankfurt traffic, Clipper 67 heavy, pushing back stand 4, B4, Bravo 4.
Parking brake released.
Starting pushback, and you may start the engines.
Yeah, I know, you're upset. Okay, start up. It's actually not that hard.
Ready to start the engines.
Ready for engine start.
Okay,
Cabin crew, arm slides.
there we go. Get that one done real quick.
All doors are closed and armed.
All right, so you have to first turn your start valve on. Remember this in the 720. Okay, remember that, because that's what screwed me up so much. All right, then you have two different systems here to use for the engines. System 1, System 2. I'm going to use it the same way I do. Today is an even day, so we're going to use System 2. Ground start.
Starting engine 3.
Starter valve open.
Okay, get that. You can let go of the switch. Now, you're not going to see them building here. Now, you don't have to go back and look unless you really want to, because he's going to tell you 20% and 2.
20% and 2.
See?
Fuel on. Light up.
Now, if we were like at a Bogota or something like that, hot, high altitude, we might have to go to rich to get it to 20%.
Starter off. Engine stabilized.
Starting engine 4.
I'm going to start up number 4.
Valve open.
Here it comes, 20% and 2.
20% and 2.
Fuel on. Light up.
Operation complete. Please have parking brake.
Parking brake set.
Disconnecting tow. Stand by.
Now, I find in this plane working the parking brake here seems to work better
Starter off.
than with my toggle that I have. Don't know why, but it does.
Engine stabilized.
Now we're going to start up 2 engines at once. So we're going to start engine 1.
Starter valve open.
Starting engine 2. Starting engine 2. Starting engine 2.
Starter valve open.
My bad, folks.
20% and 2.
Okay, that's for number 1.
Fuel on. Light up.
20% and 2.
Fuel on. Light up.
Okay, so all the engines are now starting or started.
Power is disconnected and bypass pin has
Starter
been
off.
removed. Hand signal on the right. I'll see you next time and have a safe flight.
All right, we have a wet runway now.
Starter off. Engine stabilized. Engine stabilized.
Okay, so we're going 142 now for V1, 161 and 170. Just did the update. Sea and rain, might as well call it. All right, the engines are stable. So what I do now is come over here, close, 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 close. That's our generators for each of the engines. Now they are on the aircraft. Okay, our packs are back on, and I'll go ahead turn on things I know that need to be turned on. Cargo heat, ADPs or auto. Oh gosh, I can't think what ADP stands for. Air pumps for the. Anyway, they're set and ready to go. I can't think of the name of them. I think we got everything. Let's just do a quick cursory look. Back to the checklists. Okay, flight recorders, beacon lights, start levers, packs, doors, hydraulics, recorders, go.
After start checklist.
Flight recorder.
On.
Start switches.
Off.
Beacon lights.
On.
Brake pressure.
Check.
Start levers.
Idle detent.
Engine and the ice.
Off.
Electrical panel. Let's see.
I think I got everything.
Check.
There we go.
Pack valves. Open. Dual warning lights. Out. Hydraulic panel. Check. Flight recorder. On. After start checklist completed.
Flaps 20.
Okay, we're going to check the surfaces real quick. The gauge is right next to the landing gear lever. You'll see it moving. Okay, we're ready to start our taxi.
Taxi checklist, please.
Flaps. Flaps 20.
Flaps 20.
Takeoff data. EPR and airspeed bugs. Stabilizer trim.
Damn.
Oh, yeah, that is my bad.
Set in green band.
Probe heat.
On.
Flight controls.
Check. Parking brake released.
Yaw dampers.
Check.
Seat belts and shoulder harness.
Check.
APU. Off. Fuel heat. Off. Totalizer and gross weight. Set. Flight engineer and pilot panels. Check. Aft cargo heat. Normal. Seat belts and shoulder harness. Check. Taxi checklist completed.
cabin ready.
All right, we are too, folks. We're going to be real quick on that turn. I might as well. And that is FRD, right? Yeah, oh, 14.2. Then we're heading 356, so we'll set that up. On a course 356. Now, here's the interesting thing in all of this, folks. Those of you using the INS, most of these fixes were never on charts, meaning with lat long. So you flew them VOR to VOR until your first fix on your route, not your approach plates, but when you got to your route, then you switched over and started flying it, unless of course you had those. So interesting saga. Now, on the YouTube video for this flight, I make mention of Rhein, Main Air Base. Many of you in this generation will never have known about that, but that was here on Frankfurt. Over there, across the runways where the new terminals are being built, that was the old Rhein, Main Air Base, what is now moved to Ramstein. Most everything that went on for Rhein, Main during the Cold War, during Vietnam, moved to Ramstein. Just this airport, like the 135s we had here at the base, came from very busy airports, making it very difficult for the missions they were handling to go on. So they had to find a better place. They did in Ramstein, built it up, and several other bases are co-located on it from the different branches. So just giving you an idea why you saw that for those that are going, never heard of that. Well, where the new terminals are being built or are built and functioning was the old Rhein, Main Air Base. Just like Bitburg, where I, for my first few years I was at, many different elements there, mostly cargo, but then you had Spangdahlem 10 or 15 miles away with a lot of fighters and other assets deployed. Now, B-52s, yes, there might have been some over here, folks, but more likely your FB-111s in my day. Before that, I'm going to say B-52s. All right, let me see where we are. So I just wanted to bring that up because it is in the notes for the YouTube video. And I wanted that to be brought up here. so you understood what that meant. Little further to go, folks. Get down here past the cargo facility here. And by the way, that's where German cargo is, Lufthansa cargo. The MD-11s, now 777s. Who knows what's next?
Cabin crew, take your seats.
And one other quick note about this airport. With a wind 360 at 5, I bet you they're using 1.8. For takeoffs. Crazy, yes, but yeah, they use it. In my opinion. Now, is it perfectly fine? I mean, it's up to the aircrew, I guess. But I think it's crazy. And I think if you read the ATIS, it'll tell you per aircraft choice or something of those lines. See if we got a transition level here. $6,000. Okay. Roger, Frankfurt Tower, Clipper 67 Heavy, cleared for takeoff.
Before takeoff checklist.
Icing considerations.
Check.
Cabin alert.
Check.
Transponder.
Check.
Ignition.
Flight start.
Body gear steering.
Disarm.
Pack valves. This. Closed. Pressurization mode selector. Auto. Fuel boost pumps. On. Cross feed valves. Check. Before takeoff checklist completed.
Clear for takeoff. Lights set. Brakes we don't have for it. Seatbelts, everything set, ready to go. Throttle set. Here we go.
Stabilized.
EPR.
Cross set.
V1. Rotate. Positive rate. Gear up. Gears up. Flaps 10.
Okay, we got the first restriction.
Flaps 5. Flaps up.
Uh-oh, the Borg followed us. Again, reference from last night's flight, although not as pronounced. Last night it was really pronounced. The Borg were here to assimilate. Prepare to be assimilated. Again, verify your flaps are up, because let me show you. Look how close 1 and up is. You can actually end up thinking you're up and they're at 1. All right, we are out of Frankfurt, folks. We are on our way. Right now shows 11 hours. Let's get up to altitude, and it will drop down drastically as we climb. Now, we're not running the after takeoff just yet. Gear, flaps, lights, logos, ignitions, all of that, as you all know, most of that stays on to at least 10. Now, it's climbing a little faster than I want it to. Well, we're not online, so I'm not going to worry about it. But technically, I am going, unless with permission, too fast. Okay, we're making the turn at Odaga, headed to Kusum. Now the cool thing here, folks, if you don't flip these switches to INS, now you have to with the INS systems, but with the FMCs you don't. You still have full advantage of your course and heading. Go to here. All right, we're on our way, folks. Climbing out. What are we doing? We need to go. And we need 330, I believe it was. All right, we're gonna go ahead, put that there, run.
After takeoff checklist.
Gear lever. Off. Landing and logo lights. Off. Ignition.
Check.
Seat belts and no smoking sign. Check. Back valves. Open. Fuel heat. Auto. After takeoff checklist completed.
Okay, remember I talked about we're going to switch configuration now for this? Well, this is what we're doing. Okay, first we open up all of our cross feeds. Now I'm going to shut down our outer pumps. Why? That's going to keep them at 31,700 something pounds. Okay, great. Both of those outer engine pumps are off. However, we're still getting fuel to the engine from the center and eventually 2 and 3. Follow the piping. And that's how you do this. Now, once we get up to or get within 2,000 or 3,000 of our empty point on the center, we turn on the scavenge, and it'll scavenge down however low, putting most of it, I believe, over to number 2, so we'll then have to work moving the weights around to help balance this out. But that's it, folks. We're pretty much into cruise. The only thing left to do is basically climb out, and I'm going to get our barometric pressure since we're way above 6,000 feet. And we're on our way, folks. We're down to already 8 hours. Boy, we lost 3 hours of flying in 10 minutes. Not even 10. It's because we're getting higher, folks. Faster and higher. Okay, back here we have a couple of altimeters to set as well. Or at least I like to set. Okay, that one's set. Right there. Okay, we're on our way. Enjoy the ride, folks. We'll try to make it as as interesting as 7 hours of flight can do. Don't worry, there will be some breaks in here, folks. Feel free to lurk about. Love having you aboard, and we're on our way. Oh, wow. Eindhoven Air Base has approach, tower, and ground up. Who's Tiger? Wow. Wonder what they're doing. Huh. Eindhoven Air Base up in the Netherlands. Huh. Very cool. Very cool indeed. All right, so we're climbing out. Where are we at right now? Checking all in here. Okay. Up front here, we're doing good. Now, as we approach Mach 0.85, I'm going to switch us into Mach hold and eventually Mach speed. So right now it says EPR. Eventually it'll read Mach, and that'll be when I have it holding the Mach. Now currently for our climb rate, we're being held by the speed, so it's going to vary up and down slightly to keep us there. Same when we switch into Mach, it'll just work off the Mach number as we climb up. So Fun day ahead and a long day ahead, but I hope y'all enjoy. We are not on VATSIM. The big reason being is we got such a open vast of water. Lets us relax, enjoy this life as a military brat flight, and hope y'all enjoy. Now, I said at the beginning, the reasoning behind the title. I am a military brat, Air Force. A lot of places, and me and my wife were kind of batting about places for me to fly, because I've been, and I try not to repeat too much. And that's why sometimes the VAs get a little cumbersome on me, because they only go to the same places, and that's what an airline does. So I was beginning to try to figure out where could I go. One, interesting for you all. Two, and I do put myself behind you all, me, interested to fly there. And what kind of aircraft can I use? She came up with an idea. Why don't you go to all the places you've lived while you were a military brat? And I sat there and I thought about it. I said, that's a really good idea. Now, I did realize that that could mean, are some of these places even still open and available? We've run into one that is open, but not to what would have been what we did. And it very well may have been Spangdahlem is what we used. Episode 1 was my first move right after birth. Within my first year, we're in Germany. I was born in California in San Bernardino. Yeah, I know. Everyone's saying, that makes sense. No. I was born on the air base there in San Bernardino, Norton. We flew that flight in a TWA 747. Long haul. Learned a couple things we can and can't do with YouTube this way. If we ever get into live streaming, that may go away. We can't go more than 12-hour videos. So we got the first leg in. We went to Spangdahlem instead of Bitburg. The runways are there. The airport is actually today open. Obviously, not a military base, as the Germans will tell you. And the airport is there. The runway, I felt too nervous bringing a 747 on it. And Spangdahlem, 10 miles away, would have been perfect. And from what I'm hearing, that would have been the norm. Cool. Episode 1 complete. We made our first hop. However, because of that 12-hour rule, thanks to the many people telling me a way around it, break it up into parts. So that's what we did. Now, I don't know how we went from Bitburg on our back to the States run. Okay, our next base after Bitburg, I'm not even going to mention yet, because we're only halfway through the episodes. So a little teaser, cliffhanger, whatever you want to call it. So we're going to come into JFK, and that helps Pan Am Virtual, who we're flying with today. Even though it's not the airplane I had intended to fly back, I was wanting to fly with this airline there. Unfortunately, I can't fly the airline to the final episode 2 destination. So consider this, when we land at JFK, to be continued. Maybe, I think, and you can look ahead in the schedule. but we may change that date to a later date just to kind of break it up a little. Maybe there we'll pick up the aircraft flying and we can easily make that flight then. The reason that aircraft didn't fly, even though it was mainly because I really wanted this with Pan Am Virtual, and two, that airplane is borderline range-wise making it from Frankfurt. And you're all going to 707? The 120 was built for short haul. I think its maximum is 3,000. 3,600 is what this one's coming in at. Matter of fact, to be specific, we're right at 3,400. We're really pushing it. We probably could have made it. But theoretically, and because there's no flights for Pan Am, we chose to go with one we did have here at the airline. So, and probably a more proper aircraft. Now, back in 1960, trying to do the math here, folks, sorry, 69, we could have possibly flown on this. Most likely a 707 or a DC-8, but it's possible. So, and like I said in the beginning, I'd be very sad if we did and nobody told me, because I've always wanted to fly on a 747. Now that they're gone, I never will be able to. So that's a bummer, unless I can find some cargo hauler to let me fly along with them. Or get lucky and hop a Lufthansa flight, the few that are left. But anyway, that's the impetus of this storyline. We're in episode 2, so we're going from Germany back to the States towards Sacramento. I will tell you that much. Then we moved again pretty quick, and then a total of 9 different schools I would have gone through. Now that's pretty impressive. I can hear people going, holy cow. I know some that went to more. Some military brats I know went to more schools than me. And I know some that went to less schools than me. God bless you for the ones that went to less, because it got rough. Believe me, moving in the high school years, if you are a service member right now looking at that, seriously think about it. Why? 2, think about your kids. Some of you, I'll just leave it at that. Some of you will, some of you won't. We're not going to dig into that. I don't want to. I don't want to stir up any kind of problems. So, but if at all, from the brat side of the house, don't move them in high school. That is the absolute worst years of their lives to be moved. Okay, you can see we're starting to get close. And we're getting close to 32, which is our initial. Uh-oh, the Borg. The Borg is a... Oh, we're going around them, thank goodness. Whoever has a sense of humor there at Laminar, that's good. Little silver, little bit of rework. You got a Borg cube. If you don't know what I'm talking about, Star Trek Next Generation. All right, we're on our way up. Just about 25 minutes into the flight, we pushed back about, I can't read it from here, but we're just about to 0.85. I'm going to set the selector to Mach, and then that will be what controls the vertical speed till we level off. Huge note coming up. Hang on. Mach speed. Now, it's not going to look like anything happened. That's only because we've transferred it to following that Mach. But huge note. Make sure when you take that runway, flip the switch down to select. Say you were giving a climb to 5,000 on such and such departure. Okay. In my case, if I'd not done that, we'd have blown right through 5,000 feet on our way up to Never Never Land because it had nothing to go on. So always make sure you're in select. Now, once we level off, get level, switch it to out hold, and then truck on. And then we'll look at our en route times, all of that. Let me make sure I wasn't silly. Good, I didn't. I thought back of my mind came into play. Oh, he left up chart source sim toolkit. But you got the altitude alert there that we're approaching 32,000. It would not have stopped. Hey, Inusic, welcome in. You like that, huh, the Borg? Tell you, last night it really looked like the Borg. Or if you've seen the movie, U.S. movie Independence Day, now I can't think of his name, Will Smith. Oh man, it kind of looked like it, and I'm like, what is going on at Laminar? Oh, but it's fun. Glad to have you aboard, sir. Long flight. I hope to see you the whole flight, sir. I doubt it. I get it, man. It's super getting late over there. We're not going to be on the ground till like 7, 8 o'clock our time out here, so 6.5 hours out. Resistance is futile. Yep, they do. The way they look sometimes just kind of cracks me up. And like I said, somebody at Laminar has a great sense of humor with the clouds. It wouldn't surprise me if it's that guy that runs the place. And we're getting fast, so hang on here, folks. I am going to do what I said. Now, I can, you know what? I'm going to show you another way to do this because it gets a little hard this way. Come up here to the menu and pull up the EPR and push Mach. Now, we are a little fast, so I'm going to go ahead, pull our speed, not our course, down a little bit. I'm going to pull the power back, turn it off, and let us slow down a little bit. We're going to get back down to Mach. Yeah, they are. To some degree. The clouds still, at least we don't have the flying pyramids. Yeah, I knew that when I said it there in USIC about the time zones. Okay, we're about there at 885 Mach. We'll just go right there, put the power in, set cruise. There we go, folks. We're in cruise. Now, let's go take a look at that fuel. Hey, Duluth Fly, welcome aboard, sir. Uh-oh, I got a text message. Why did I get a text message that way? Oh my goodness. Ah. Get through all these notifications. What? No. Flight Factor, you're going to make me very unhappy here if you updated my airplane without telling me. No, they did not. Okay, good. Matter of fact, oh, there they are. Like, where the heck are your updates that I'm usually sitting on? No, I got a question on last night's YouTube flight that I was telling you about. Well, not YouTube. We streamed it, but it's over on YouTube right now. The 00 takeoff, 00 landing, and thunderstorm we flew through. That was just outright fun, folks. Total fun. I know some of you are going, and that's why you are a crazy man. But I'm here to tell you that was a fantastic, fun flight, and glad I hung on with everything I had to get that flight in for y'all. And boy, was that fun, even in the A350. All right. Boy, a lot of people commented on that one. Wow. Like I said, that was just some fun times flying. Oh, it's been a while since I've come across a flight like that one. And that was just amazing. All right, let me get back into the chat here. Sorry, folks. Nice there, Mr. Duluth. Well, we expect you to be along with us all the way to JFK. We don't give out hall passes here. All right, we're at 32,000. We're at 0.85 on the speeds. And we're on our way. 6 hours, 20 minutes to go. Let's check our fuel. All right, we're at that point where we turn the scavenger pump on. I used to think this aircraft told you oh, the pumps are off. That's why. Okay. I think. Well, we'll see if we can. We'll scavenge now into our main tank, and I believe it goes to main number 2. Once it's all drained, then we'll balance out and drain down 2 and 3 till we're within about 5,000 pounds of the number reading. So roughly 30, what's that, 36,000. And then we'll turn the pumps on and bring her in. So that'll be over the North Atlantic. So, and folks, I am going to be right back. I have got a monster headache building, and I'm going to try and nip it in the butt. I'm going to go grab some aspirin. Stand by. All right, folks, we're back with you. Sorry about that. Took a little longer. Got derailed by the first officer. She has a great new toy, Bluey. Boy, she loves that little toy. Oh, she loves it. So, but anyway, we're going to cruise along out over the waters. Hope you all enjoy. We have a great flight. 6 hours roughly to go, and who knows how many encounters with the Borg we'll have out here, or at least the cloud-looking Borg. You'll see as we get up on them. But again, folks, if you have a chance, lurk about in here, head over to our YouTube channel. Oh, I just noticed. I think that happened. Yep. I just noticed that the auto throttle was off. But anyway, head over to our YouTube channel. Watch last night's Berlin to Amsterdam. I guarantee you will enjoy it. Great time on there. 00 departure, 00 roughly landing, and a nice thunderstorm we had to go through to get there. So lurk about here, feel free, exclamation mark lurk. Turn the volume down, just don't turn it all the way off, and don't turn us off. That way it helps us out with the numbers. But we really thank you so much for flying with us. If you love what you see, hit that follow button. If you're over on the YouTube channel, hit that subscribe and like. Sure love to keep you aboard. If the commercials get too much, folks, they occur about every 20 minutes or so. You can always subscribe, and that'll give you ad-free viewing. And it helps support the stream. We are looking at another aircraft purchase and some sounds. I need some help on that. Hang on, I'm going to try and turn this music down. It seems loud. There we go. That seems a little better. But yeah, we're looking at doing another aircraft. Just not sure yet what. My eye is on a couple. And so are some sounds, so are some sceneries. Sceneries always make me nervous because of my frame rate issues sometimes. But we may be looking into some scenery. So, just so you know, that's where the money, if you subscribe, would go to. So, but we thank you ahead of time. Thank you for being a part of Flying with Mike. And looking forward to an arrival in JFK. Currently, we are just north of downtown London, crossing over Lamb VOR. What is that? Lambourne VOR, close to the World War II bomber squadron I flew here on, well, back in Century of Flight FSX days. Bassingbourn, near there. And boy, that was some fun times flying that B-17. Oh, man. So, oh, but we're on our way, folks. Looking, let's see, where is World Flight now? Oh, making their way from Orlando to, Punta Cana. Wow. A lot of people joining in. Love it. Love seeing the support out there that they get. I actually, folks, really thought about possibly dumping this flight and picking up a flight or two for them. Really thought about it. But right now, you know, today, maybe tomorrow or Friday, we might pick up wherever they're at. So, I forgot their flight path through South Africa. South Africa. How about South America? But what a great flight for charity. Just great. Love what they do. All right, pushing through the United Kingdom right now. On our way, we'll probably step up as we come. Well, let me see. We'll give it a. We'll probably at MALOT go on up to 34 or closing in on it. We may do a couple step climbs over the North Atlantic. We'll see. But great flight ahead, folks. Hope you enjoy. And we'll kind of sit here a little quiet. And hope you enjoy. Mouse in your house, I just noticed, followed us about 18 hours ago. Thank you so much. Had to have been in our, as we went out, and sorry for not catching that earlier. But just happened to look at my activity feeds and noticed that. Thank you, sir, ma'am, for coming aboard, being a part. Oh, we got a mention here from Mr. Duluth. Wow. Looks like we're going to be getting a 737 MAX here in X-Plane. From Airfoil Labs. Cool. Wow, hope you all enjoy. I'm not sure I'll jump on that. I kind of like Zebo. Plot twist, it's payware. Where? I didn't see that in there. Although, don't get me wrong, Airfoil Labs usually is payware. I didn't catch that anywhere in their talk here. Doesn't mean anything, because... All right, I've read through the forums enough. I don't see where they made mention other than somebody off the wall saying pay where. Huh. Well, nice find there, Mr. Duluth. We appreciate it. I was just reading through the link. Sorry, folks. I was just kind of enamored in it, like many of you probably were. All right, I need to get this. My phone died. Why did it die? That's why. Doggone it. All right, that. There we go. Hopefully my phone doesn't die out this time. That was wild. All right, we're on our way. And I need, doggone it, I always forget. Okay. Hope you all enjoy the flight. We are about 5.5, is it 5.5? Just under 6 hours out of JFK. Enjoy the flight. And if the commercials get a bit rough, folks, hey, you can always subscribe. And that is ad-free viewing then. So I hope in the U.S. y'all got out to vote. We all kind of know how things are right now. Well, actually, we do know how things are right now in one address in Washington, D.C., but throughout the rest of the country, still some things pretty close. I know in Missouri, one of the ballot initiatives was within 7,000 votes out of several million. It was like a percentage point, if even that. I think they were the same percentage number. So that tells you votes do count, even when you think they don't. So it's just what I get a kick out of in the elections is, yes, I would like the person I select to win, or the ballot initiatives or whatever. But then I like to watch a day or two later at how each state voted, county by county. And that tells a bigger picture than anything the people on the networks blather about. Just sit up there talking to talk. And when you look at it that way, it really does set a stage that is, it makes you shake your head. So how certain things control states, and it shouldn't be that way. That's just my humble opinion. That's as far as I take it. I'm not going to sit here. I'm not going to hash out your side versus my side. That's not what I'm in this for, folks. I'm in this to do what's out the cockpit, fly, and enjoy our time together between Frankfurt and JFK. Not hash out politics, because you know what? We're not going to do anything here, especially those of you who want to argue for argument's sake and not vote. Really don't want to talk to people like that. I said, well, you had your chance to speak your mind. You chose not to. So that's your right to not vote, but don't come at me and tell me what's wrong with the country when you don't step up to do anything about it. Because there are a lot of countries you can't vote. So I hate to break that one to you. And coming up this Monday, we celebrate those who protect that right. That I like to say a lot of people in this country squander those rights that are protected by those service members who serve day in, day out. Their families, their children. They may not be wearing the uniform, but they're supporting the one who is wearing the uniform directly. So that's a little bit of why we're flying this as well, as a dedication to them. And also, like I said earlier, those service people coming into looking at potential PCS, permanent change of duty station, or permanent change of station, as technically the acronym reads. Doesn't make sense unless you throw duty in it. When your kids get to high school, you and your spouse should really have some conversations, because I'm telling you, it's not what you think on kids when you move them in high school. That is very difficult on them. And understand, you're going to get what you sow. You're going to reap it no matter what, however you sow it. And if you sow and say, don't get over it, move, just realize what you could be facing at that next station besides the challenges of a new station. So that's kind of what this series is devoted to. Us military brats, we don't get to say much. We just get drug around the world, literally. Like I said, less than a year old, and from California to Germany. Now, granted, I don't remember much of it, if any, except through photographs. Just like Germany back to the States. Don't remember any of that. Or the duty assignment we're headed to here in the next week or two. And then we'll start getting on the next one places I begin to remember things. And then we're getting, pushed up. 9 schools, 9 different schools I went to. Most 3 or 4. And that's most kids. You have elementary, middle, high school. May throw in nowadays, preschool and kindergarten is a separate school. But back in my day, it was kindergarten with the elementary. And then I don't even think we had a middle school. Trying to think at that base. No, it was all tied together. So times are different. I get that. But I went through 9 schools. So each grade just about a different school. Couple of them we did hang, but not many. And it isn't easy. I probably could actually say more, but I'm going to keep it at 9. So, and I know military brats personally, done a lot more schools than I did. And I just, my heart goes out to thinking what life was like. And they too moved 1 or 2 times in high school. Oh, that is just, oh, unbelievable to me. But we're kids. Who cares, right? Shouldn't have been that way. So, to those service people out there, just realize those high school years are the toughest to move children under. Young adults at that point. That is really the worst time to move them. So, all right, so we'll continue to fly on here, folks. We got about 5.5 hours over to JFK. We're turned and headed towards the North Atlantic track. And actually, no, we still got a little ways. We're beginning to turn that way. We got about half a dozen or so fixes ahead before the next one would be the North Atlantic track. We'll be outside of UK ATC here shortly at BAKUR. Then it's over Ireland and then on to America. Really? Why have I been signed out? Oh, here we go again with SimLink. Oh, I tell you, man. NavGraph lately has been pretty rough. Yeah, I don't know what's going on over at Navgraph, but okay, we're back up and going. Just makes it a little rough to track us. Track, please. Where we're at on the map, just past BAKUR, headed for MALOT. Let's take a look at our fuel pumps. You can see that Savage pump is what's bringing us down, pumping more fuel into the number 2 tank than the number 3. And then we'll balance out once we get down. All right, we're kind of sit back, be quiet here. We're going to enjoy the 5 hours across. And I hope you have a wonderful day, folks. And my prayer for the country, we've seen how ugly both sides can get the last 8 years. I pray for peace, a peaceful change in power, and hopefully a healing that only God can give us. So, all right, so let's continue on down the highway, airway in our case, and see where that leads us. And if I haven't said this yet today, folks, this aircraft, as a matter of fact, let's take a look at it. Where's my mouse? There it is. Highly recommend. All right, just getting caught up with some work I could be doing here. All right, there we go. All right, hope you enjoy the ride. Like I said, about 5.5 hours out of JFK. Beautiful flight over the North Atlantic, kind of sometimes unheard of, but they do happen. First class of old, folks. People today would be like, how dare you think I sit in that? Some of the amenities you got in first class, a lot of, they actually really did treat you well. Pan Am especially, really, I mean, you got your bang for your buck, folks, and believe me, you took quite a few bucks to get in these seats. And the cattle car section. But look at the, how well, aircraft today versus, say, FSX. Was reading a post about FSX not long ago. Folks, it's like night and day. The aircraft front to back, top to bottom is treated well, taken, I mean, some even go so far as to make the lavs work. Well, at least open doors. Some think it's nice when they see that you can open a door from here. I'm not into that, folks. Gonna tell you that right now. I don't know why it is such a requirement for people that things like that have to work. All the doors should open, all this, all that. These bins should open up. Why? Why? but you can just see, I mean, they have gone to such detail of what a 747-200 back in the 70s and 80s would have been like. I mean, it's just unreal. Oops, we're getting a little tall here, folks. Just, I mean, unreal what flying was like. You know, I watched a movie, Kirk Cameron, and I already put some of you to sleep by saying the name. I think he's actually a fair actor. Better than me. I mean, let's be totally honest. But Left Behind. Many of you may never have heard of this movie, seen it. I actually kind of recommend it. The same, well, here's the interesting fun fact from that movie. Great movie, in my opinion. Now, I know we can argue that Till Cows Come Home. But anyway, great storyline, the whole 9 yards. Oh no, really? Cut that out. So, but anyway, there you have the 747. But anyway, back to the Left Behind story. Written by Tim LaHaye and Jerry Jenkins. A great series of books, book on tapes, and probably my most favorite way media they use for that. I'll use that term. Dramatic audio. Just an amazing telling of end times, revelations. Totally fictional. Well, define fictional. Taken from the Bible, played in our times. Meaning, blink of an eye right now, folks, the end time prophecies begin with the rapture. Blink of an eye right now. What would that look like in our day and age? Really a great series. Loved it. Great thinking, great thought put into the books. Great dramatic. Oh, the dramatic audio is just unbelievable. What dramatic audio is, if you're not familiar with it, and I highly recommend this series as one of those. You go look and listen. Well, listen to. Imagine watching your favorite movie. Okay. I'll let you get a second to piece that, because many of you have thousands of favorite movies. Now, play it on your TV with your eyes closed. Do not watch the screen. That's dramatic audio. There's no, I listen to these while driving the rig. So really, watching TV, watching a movie, it's really not advised, folks. Matter of fact, don't even think of trying it. You will fail. That's what it was like. And it was just like, oh my, I mean, I could sit there and my mind's eye could see the screen. Just what they were doing. It's just like going back to the old classic radio shows where Superman was flying, you know, and all of this on your radio, not your TV, because they didn't have TV yet. Same line. War of the Worlds, very famous rendition. Scared the crap out of the country. And it was all on radio. Very well done. Like I said, I could have told you my mind was playing. I was watching the movie play out as I drove down the highway. So, Anyway, the creators of that, Jenkins, I think is his. Bear with me. Yeah. Jerry Jenkins' son, 20 years later, brings out this movie, or this amazing adaptation of the New Testament in Jesus, in The Chosen. Except this is visual, not dramatic audio, and has done a remarkable job with it. The actors are phenomenal. The scripts, the storylines, everything spot on. It's, imagine reading Matthew, Mark, Luke, John together, which really, if you read them, you know the puzzle isn't very far off from completely, you could read it. Get a timeline, but then fill in those gaps in that timeline with what was life like? What was going on in their lives otherwise? Or, you know, they drummed up some Hollywood drama, but it's just an amazing adaptation that they have done. That is just, I mean, those of you that don't want to read the Bible, well, watch it. Some of the most poignant scenes of the Bible have been played out in this TV series, The Chosen. And here's the cool part. You can get it for free. Go to your app store, download the app, watch it for free. Now, I can hear y'all going, as somebody in my church once said, I don't want to watch it on that small screen. That's just nasty. Okay, I added the last part. That's me. Cast it to a TV. Yeah, cast it to your TV. Most of you all have 95 million inch TVs, so there you are. Or what is Warenberg's thing? 5 elephants by 3 elephants wide. I always love that. If you haven't been to a Warenberg theater, you haven't seen that. That's one of my favorite lines in a movie house. How big are your screens? They're 5 elephants long and 3 elephants wide. The play on words, folks, comes from a lot of different things. Everything, you know, like people wouldn't walk across the bridge unless an elephant did. So they make an elephant march across, or 2 or 3. So it's just hilarious. So I always got a kick out of it. But anyway, The Chosen's a great show. Go check it out when you can. Download it, watch. You will be amazed at what they have come up with. They're getting ready to release season 5. So now is the time to catch up. They are really well done, and you will come away with like, wow. For those who have never read the New Testament, they will be sheer amazement. So anyway, enough out of me. We need to get back to flying, and I hope y'all enjoy the ride. All right, just looking ahead here, folks, at JFK. Currently, as of 1951, I know I have a time here somewhere, but anyway, just about an hour ago, they're still landing on the 2-2s. So we'll plan 2-2 left for now. We'll probably set this up as we're reaching the end of the North Atlantic tracks, heading down for New York City. So for now, folks, just see we flew into a cloud. I am going to go ahead and begin the climb process and get us up to 34,000. Altitude select is still on, so we'll set 34. And if you want, you could put the aircraft in climb to help you out. Gives you more EPR. No guarantees we'll pop out. Looks like we might, but we found some of those higher topping clouds. We've got about another 600 to go. Actually, there we go. And we'll keep an eye. We're at 740, so we'll see if that's still draining. I used to be able to drain this out all the time, but we'll see. And there we go, popping out. All right, enjoy the ride, folks. All right, folks, back with you. Just getting a couple of chores done here while we can, with 5 hours to go. So probably about an 8:30 or so arrival into JFK, maybe a little later, Central Time, of course. But I hope and very thankful for you all to have been with us today. Been a fun flight so far, and hope it'll continue. We are offline. I know to many people's chagrin, they would have rather seen this online. But the problem is, you get on the North Atlantic tracks, it's verbal. It's not technology. And with this plane, technically, you're not even doing it right because it would have been high frequency and you'd barely heard them. So, but we're continuing on, and we've leveled at flight level 340. I'm going to go ahead, put us in altitude hold. Now, when we do our step to 36, if we do it on the track, granted, we don't have to ask permission, but we need to check winds, because that could really help us or hurt us. All right, folks, we'll come back here. Give me a second here to get my laptop out of here real quick. I was working on another project I have going here. More if anything comes of it to come. All right, so as you can see, we're down to about 100 pounds. We're going to see if that's where it ends. It looks like it. Okay, I think we're done. All right, so now we're burning here. Now, all of a sudden, we're 2,000 roughly pounds heavier than this side. So, what I can do is, first off, make sure my cross feeds are all set up so every one tank could completely run the whole airplane. Right now I want this one to be the one I'm going to shut off. Nice is you have the engines right here so you can watch. Now number 2 is gonna burn and get it down to 57 150-ish. We're watching to make sure all the other engines are running. They are. It's going to take it a little bit. So now basically number 2 main tank is powering all 4 engines, is fueling all 4 engines to operate. When we get down to 57 150, then number 2, number 3 will turn the pumps back on. They'll fuel. And then when we get down around 36,000 pounds in those 2, we'll flip on 1 and 4. So all the engines are going. And then we'll set up for what's called tank to engine, meaning each tank will feed its engine. So main 1, engine 1, main 2, engine 2, so forth. And then once we get into our descent, we'll pop open the reserves, let those flow in. The whole goal we're looking for here is as we get out in that wing with fuel, we want it lighter. So we want the weight to concentrate more at the center of the aircraft on those wings. So that's what we're heading for as a goal. And quite frankly, it shouldn't take very long to get down to 57, roughly 1, as long as we get within a couple of 100 pounds, I'm really not going to worry about too much in this big plane. Then we're going to turn our attention to what are the winds where we're at. Excuse me, man. About 1,000 pounds out. So I hope y'all are enjoying this ride across the ocean. It's been a pretty uneventful trip because we're not on VATSIM. It could have been very eventful there in Frankfurt. Now, not so much. And if you have to zoom in, folks, zoom in. Whoa, don't want to do that yet. Let me check my engines. Okay, as you can see, we're getting close. Click them. All right, so now we're going to burn down where both 2 and 3 are powering all 4 engines, and then are fueling for the engines to operate. And then as we get to about 30, like I said, about 36,000, you're looking at about 4,000 roughly here. So 35, 36, we'll then switch on those number 1, number 4 mains, and then switch the cross feeds into a more direct in main 1, engine 1, main 2, engine 2, so forth. Okay. All right, also, as you can see here, we have a chart that gives us an idea for the long-range cruise, or for Mach 8.5, our optimum cruise weights. We're currently at 34, and I think it's tons. It is. So, that's a bummer. So, but anyway, we're back in the clouds. Go figure. But we're on our way to fix 5430. To me, that's a huge fix. To me, I always called that the halfway point. Technically, probably isn't the halfway point, but I always kind of called it that. All right, now how do we figure out what the heck kind of winds are we getting up here? When we departed, let me bring Sim Toolkit in, just because it's the easiest to show things off in. Let's go to Sim Brief. View our flight plan. When we departed, when this flight plan was created at approximately 1643. Okay. We were looking at an average wind across the route 259 at 47. Our component roughly a headwind of 39. That was to be our average. So that's from start to finish, each of these fixes over 3,400 miles. Call it 3,500 miles. Okay. So what are we really doing? Interesting question, huh? Well, let me show you something else that's going on. You notice this. The tracks are further up. That's going to be the planes going from west to east. We're on those that were coming to the States They expired several hours ago. But we're on it. We'll stay on it. Usually they don't make you change, but they might. So we're going to... Oh, wait, you didn't see any of that. My bad. There we go. All right, so as I said, I have SimBrief coupled to my Sim Toolkit. And here's what I was talking about. See, these are the westbound routes tonight. A little further north, meaning they're getting probably better tailwinds up there. We're going to get worse headwinds. No. Possible, though. But here's the route we're taking. Again, there's how much we're doing, what our averaged as of 1643 zoo today was 259 at 47. That's the average. That's not what it was at each of these points. Now, if you want to see that, scroll down in your SimBrief flight, scroll down to view your, or preview your briefing. Okay, here is the initial, you know, gee whiz information as we scroll through the fuel, the weights. Known MELs, CDLs, SELs, and all of that good stuff. And then your ATC release. Okay, there's your route. Theoretically, you could pull it out of here, or just get down here. Here's your weather out of Frankfurt back then. What was expected at JFK back at that time. And here's our expected winds for each of the categories. 24,000. We started at 32. We're now at 34. So it's kind of showing you, I don't know what all of this is. What we're looking at right now. Actually, according to this, it shouldn't be all that bad. 54.3, 190 at 29, 300 at 47. So we turn into a headwind coming off that, which is weird because we're actually kicking more off. But anyway, and then worse as we get closer to the end of the track. See how it's swinging on us, 280, 270 at pretty steep numbers. So we're going to probably hang at 34. Let me just see. Yeah, it's roughly the same all the way around. Our components a little better. Not much. We do pick up even worse as we get in. See how these are getting, folks? Yeah. Ouch. Just realize for every headwind going somewhere, if you're going back where you came from, the tailwind. Or vice versa. All right, so that's what was 1730 hours. Okay. What is it right now? Two ways. All right, let's just pull up. We'll pull this one up. It doesn't matter which one. Go to your next page. Here's your current winds. 182 from SimBrief. Or are these might be X-Plane, but most likely SimBrief. So there's what you're getting. Right now, we're getting a 24-knot tailwind. So Our ground speed is running just under 500 knots. Okay, now that all bodes well till we kick over 5430. Then things will get a little different. Another way, come down here. Even though we're using the FMCs, nothing says you can't use this unit to get your track in GS. Track in 280. Not our heading, but our track. Big difference. That takes into account the wind. There's our current position. That would be where our waypoint is. Distance and time. Wind 180, 148. That does not sound right. But and then your status codes, and then everything else. So you could use this, although I think some of it's not meshed in right. Okay. So let's just keep going. Hey, we finally popped out of that cloud, and we're looking at 141 miles, 5320. That's off 5320. We're headed to 5330. We're 219 miles. Now, another way I guess we could look into is charts. Pull up our weather, layers, and our wind barbs. Now somewhere on here we should be able to tell it, unless it's doing our flight level, what we're looking at. Not bad on the winds, pretty stiff crosswind, but not too bad overall. Okay, so you got a lot of different tools available. Real world pilots today have ForeFlight or whatever the equivalent the airline gives them that they can be. Right now, I could do a D-ATIS on JFK. Now, I can get it through my charts program, but I could also go over here to this website, datis.cloud.io. When it comes up, look for JFK. There's the real world information for the airport. Okay, so that's available to you as well. All right, we'll head back into silence here, folks. Let you all enjoy the ride. Currently looking at about, let me make sure I'm reading that right. About 4 hours, 15 minutes away. Hey, Matt, how are you? Was playing with the grandkid. What's up, Mr. Matt 1997? What? Yep. Sorry about that, folks. All right, we're about just a little under 4 hours out of JFK. So, beautiful night. And we'll have an enjoyable arrival in there. So, hope y'all are having a great hump day Wednesday. Getting over that hump in the work week. Headed down for the weekend. And hope everything's well with you. Well, we're not too far off of 5430. While granted, not the proverbial middle of the way there. For me, close enough. I always just called that point halfway. And then we're just sliding in. Let's take a look at our fuel. That's pretty much the name, but we're just kind of watching and managing all of our systems, making sure everything looks good. We don't have those fancy dancy Airbus and Boeing displays to tell us everything. We have gauges and idiot lights. But welcome to the 747-200. Yeah, I guess I could kill the wing lights. There she is, folks, the queen of the skies, the 747. I have never got a definitive answer on what the king is. I've even Googled it and several aircraft come up. Let me see. Someone says if the 747's the queen, then the A380 is the king. 747 was out long before the A380. That don't work. 707 was one of my picks. The 307, is it? Was maybe another. No, not the 3077. 377 Stratocruiser. I don't know. I don't know a lot about that plane, so I have a hard time knowing that it would be the king. Although it filled a much better role in the military, that I do know. I don't know. But, yeah, that's kind of silly. Yeah, it'd be the A380. Oh, you figured out your 10 to 15 second freezes every 2 to 3 minutes. Uh-oh. What's the cause? Oh my gosh, the antivirus software. Oh my goodness. Well, that stinks. You're not holding your breath, but you're pretty sure. I mean, it's theoretically possible, but I don't know how. I mean, who knows? That is wild. That is wild indeed. Huh. Well, that's interesting. I wonder what's in that program to cause all of that. And set it up so it does. That makes sense, though. I get where you're coming from. Folks, I'll be right back. One moment. All right, folks. Sorry that took a little longer than expected. Oh, we're going through the clouds again. So let's see if we hear from Matt if that fixed his sim freeze issue. The little one is very cranky right now, folks. While I know this is not the scheduled aircraft of the day, I hope you're enjoying it in the classic 747-200. Still trying to track down what the king, if the Queen of the Skies is the 747-200, trying to figure out what the king would have been. My guess 707, but I've heard some people say the 377 Stratocruiser or the DC-3, but I would think it probably stay in the Boeing family, but because then we could talk the Constellation as another possibility. But just curious, we never heard of an aircraft called the King of the Skies. And sorry, again, it's not the A380. Not even close. Poor little kid is really crabby. Not a good nap. I don't know if you can hear it in the background or not. But yeah, she didn't sleep well or hardly at all. And up and crabby cakes. So, but that's, you know, unfortunately how little kids can be, I know. All right, so we're on our way 4 hours, 45 minutes out. Oh, wait a minute. Correction, 3 hours, 45 minutes out of JFK. We are not on VATSIM, so we're not anticipating any problems with that. Kind of get a feel for the weather as we've rounded the corner off of 5430. Pressing towards more of a southerly trajectory, even though technically we are 276, but still, you know, we're on the globe, kind of looking like a southerly look. Current weather 220 at 7. Got a broken layer of clouds at 25,000. Airfield operations ought to take care of that. 32, and this is 32 minutes ago, so maybe they have. Maybe the sky's no longer broken. Maybe they fixed it. But anyway, 20 degrees Celsius, and looks like a Very nice. Southeasterly wind at 7, almost right down the runway. So far, looks like the 2-2s are gonna win. According to the VATSIM ATIS, current runways, departing 22 right, landing 22 left. So we'll kind of stick with this for a little bit longer. Like I said, as we get towards the end of the track, we'll begin looking to put it into the FMC. Could we come up on VATSIM? I mean, it's nothing stopping me from it. We could, but I probably will not, because the problem is when I get into places like New York City, LA, Frankfurt, London, big cities, Tokyo, and there's traffic, more than like half a dozen aircraft there, actually more than like 3. My frame rate's teeter-totter on whether we'll stay online or off. And it gets to be a hassle because you'll turn final after all of that vectoring and all of that work approach did or center did to drop offline. So what I do to alleviate it is sometimes just not be online. So we just continue inbound. Been a great flight so far. Looking back at Europe, what would you expect? Pretty quiet. This is about the time yesterday we were flying Berlin to Amsterdam. Speaking of flights, where's the world flight at? Headed to Aruba. Not as many with them right now. Now, are they continuing or? Thought they went through South America a little further. But anyway, I don't have the map up, so I don't know where we're at in the VATSIM world. There's no controllers right now other than New York approach, and it looks like JFK, all 3 covered under it because they didn't specify. So that's cool. Sometimes there's a guy that runs the US, what is it? The Virtual USA GA Club, something like that. He'll be on and do just JFK. So, which kind of nice, kind of bad, but when you're going into the other airport, it is kind of nice not to have controllers, but he is a good controller, so I don't mind when he controls. There are some that I do. Okay, now let's take a look again at our progress here and go to the next page. 251. Or 253 at 14. That sounds pretty inviting to go up. I think I'm going to hold. You gotta know when to hold them. Okay, we're about 10,000 pounds in each of the tanks away from bringing online number 1, number 4 pumps, and going to tank to engine. That doesn't help us out much. It's nothing but ocean out there. All right, so we continue on. Great aircraft if you're looking at this plane, folks. I know I did for a while. What sold me is I didn't have to use the SEVAs. Now, I know some of you are going, well, that's half the fun. Yes, it is. Until you get a code, and I'm not saying Felis did this to me. Oh, gosh, no, this happened long before Felis's aircraft. Matter of fact, it was the SEVA INS that you can install into other aircraft back in the FSX, A Century of Flight days. It sent a code, and I think it's because I had to abruptly shut down, or we had a power outage that shut us down immediately. Whatever the cause, I was never able to clear the code. And I'm talking, I went with talking to the folks that made the SEVA. I mean, I did everything possible to make that thing work. It baffled them. And that's why I don't use it and won't use it. So if you're a developer out there and you're developing aircraft that were of the INS age, keep the FMC gauge, please. So, and that's why I don't. I just got so frustrated. I mean, it was so maddening that I just never want to touch the thing ever again. Was it fun? Oh my gosh, yes. But that hiccup was more than I never want to see again. Thankfully, the PMDG 747 came out quickly. Right then and there, switched over to it, and we kept our cargo flying with the company VA we were flying with. And until an FMC came out that was universal. The 747-200 I flew at the time, pretty comparable to this. The exterior kind of interior at this level. So really did not like that exterior at all. Kind of, if I was to compare it, it looked like X-Plane 6. And for those that know me, when FSX came out, there were operating system problems going on with Microsoft. Issues out of that, to me myself, upset me enough that I can't believe a company would treat its employees the way Microsoft did. And I was going to say to hell with Microsoft completely. Problem is, when I went to X-Plane 6, it was a toy. It looked like a toy back then. Sorry, Austin, but you look like a toy back then. And my, have you 180'd probably even further than that since then. When I came back to X-Plane 11, that was my final, yay, I can finally leave this worthless Microsoft stuff. And just leave them. So that's what happened, folks. I could get more into the weeds with it, but I'm not. Don't need to. That is why I don't touch. If I could get all of the executables I use without emulators on other operating platforms, I'd be gone. that is not how you treat your employees, what Microsoft did. And then these major companies wonder why employees have no respect for them. So that's what happened. And I did it in less than the normal time to say it. So we're flying along and hoping you all enjoy the ride to DC. Sorry, to JFK. So did you know we diverted? No. Nah, we're staying out of DC for a while. I'm just hoping and praying the outcome from yesterday is like it should be, a smooth transition to the next chapter. Not what both sides of the aisles of Congress have done. Not necessarily those individuals, but their parties. So I'll be staying out of DC for a while. So y'all can enjoy it. So folks, we're on our way. Get out of this bad doldrum news and move on. By the way, compliments to Duluth Fly, bringing to us the news that, stand by, I'll get it direct up here. I have the actual email. As soon as my laptop decides to wake up, there it goes. There we go. And oh no, I didn't. There it is. No. The 730, it was announced today, Airfoil Labs is developing a 737 MAX. More to come, basically, is what we're going to say. Somebody in a forum posted its payware. Nowhere in the announcement did I read payware, or did it suggest it was going to be payware, other than I'm assuming it'll be payware. Beyond that, that's all it is an assumption right now. So Airfoil Labs is developing a 737 MAX. So keep your eyes tuned to the xplane.org. Also, if you're curious, over at xplane.store, the 757s are on sale this week. The professional gives you the passenger, the SF cargo, the 300. That's the version of the 767 I have, which would be the one I'd lean to with the 57. I'm confused. So, okay, for this price, I get the professional extended version for it includes, okay, that seems, okay, that I don't do. The global, I'd never understood that version, folks. Never, ever, ever. Because the only thing I could ever surmise out of that version is a paint. Boeing's licensed them to have to make us pay nearly $20 more just for the Boeing variant paint. Really? That's why I never got that one. But anyway, they're out there, folks. I hope you, if you get the emails, take a look at them. I can't wait. I want now. Oh, the 737 MAX. We'll see how that goes. I'm kind of curious about it. So, but I don't see all of the hoopla with it, other than the fact the random door falling off. But anyway, oh yeah, and the door wasn't meant to even be used. So I've just never seen the fascination with this plane. But I mean, I'll look into it, don't get me wrong. I just never saw the fascination in it. The 757 I do like. That I might think about. Kind of eyeing a couple of other projects out there. Some that have been around a little bit, some that haven't. And I've been eyeing them, trying to decide what would be best and what you all would say. I may open it up for a poll one day and just see where your thoughts are. There's a couple sceneries I'm looking at. The big thing I do with sceneries is it's not just, well, we're flying under JFK, I gotta have a JFK scenery. No, the airport scenery that comes with the package with X-Plane's pretty doggone good. And unless I'm going to fly in there a lot, that's where my key comes in. Am I going to fly it a lot? It's like Chicago. Someone told me, oh, you're flying on the default Chicago scenery? You ought to get an Nimbus. Why? Not that bad. And two, why? If I don't fly into Chicago every other day. So I kind of gauge where I find myself in the scenery world. And with X-Plane, it's very hard for me to buy scenery because they do a doggone good job to start with, unlike others. So the only thing I'm missing maybe, and I've seen where I've added scenery and it didn't get rid of, where they put the roads under where they're supposed to and all of that. Some of them don't even do that. So I have St. Louis, I have Philly, and I have Atlanta, and for the most part I haven't seen them in all three of them in quite a while, although Atlanta we were just at. So that's why you don't see me getting a lot of scenery. Sounds I am very interested in. I think beefing up the MD-11, the 7.6, get those sounds sounding a whole lot better are great. So, but you all are the reason we're here. So what would you like me to aim to? I had a request for the SSG 747-800. I have looked at that, and there are reasons I have not jumped on it. And I don't know what they are. I'll have to go back and look at it, and it'll probably tell me right there. And a couple of other aircraft, and other avenues to go down. So, but for now, we're getting ready to go into an ad break. So I'm going to kind of sit more back here and let you know we're about 3.5 hours out. We'll be in JFK here shortly. And see, the ad break hasn't fully kicked in yet, so I just wanted you all to know where my mind is and being as responsible with the revenue that we do make here, and making sure it goes where it needs to. Like I said, I think sounds are almost more important than the scenery, because the scenery is just out of this world in X-Plane. And the airports are phenomenal. I have very few that I'm not happy flying into. So. And into the clouds we go. All right, folks, there is a dinner break coming here shortly, just so you know. And when that's ready, we will kind of step away, grab some food, come back. But I want to thank you all for being a part of Flying with Mike. It is always a pleasure to have you aboard, and currently standing at about 3.5 hours out of JFK. So, and like always, in the clouds. At least not like yesterday, getting bounced around pretty hard to where the autopilot was kicking off every second. That was fun in the A350. But that was an absolute gem flight. Oh, I can't ask for something better than that one. Low instrument 00 takeoff. Low instrument broke out at 400 but reported at 100. Just phenomenal. So welcome aboard Flying with Mike. We have been flight simming better part of 25 years. And started with Flight Sim 98 or 2000 and progressed up to FSX before throwing Microsoft away, jumping over to X-Plane and not even blinking an eye at what I'm missing, because I'm not. It is phenomenal over here. Little bit of a learning curve like all simulators are, but just amazing. Today's flight is in the Felis 747-200 Classic, and it is a classic, folks. You're it. Of a three-man crew, you do the positions of three men. Captain, first officer, and the man that does it all, the flight engineer. So it's amazing. It's a fun aircraft. If you missed earlier, I don't fly the INS for a lot of reasons that go back way before Felis. Back with SIVA, back in the Century of Flight and FSX days. So that is not on them. This is a phenomenal product. I highly recommend it. He does do his best to keep it up to date, and it is I'm behind one, so how I did that I don't know, but I need to get caught up because I like to fly them up to date so you can see, or they can see if they happen to pop in and wonder, hey, you're supposed to be able to see this. I forgot to update. So, but anyway, welcome aboard. Welcome aboard. Duluth, welcome back. Rating with 5 viewers. Welcome in, Raiders. Glad to have you aboard. Found a truck stop finally, huh? Mr. Bongo, hello again. We are doing spectacular. And for those coming in, as I was just telling everyone here, we've been in the flight sim world some 25 years. Started in Flight Sim 98 or 2000. Worked our way up to FSX. And during that long doldrum, other things happened, but we kicked Microsoft to the street and jumped to X-Plane, and we're not looking back. Use your words. I have words? So, welcome aboard. You are aboard the Felis 747-200 Classic. highly recommended by me and a whole lot of people out there, folks. This is a phenomenal aircraft. I have flown it in low instrument conditions to an auto land, well handled by it. Just very well done by Felis, and I highly recommend it. We are headed to JFK. Should be on the ground in roughly 3.5 hours. Still on the North Atlantic track Delta. We started in Frankfurt, ending in JFK. Welcome aboard, Raiders. Hope y'all are enjoying the day. And I see, like I said earlier, if Duluth didn't hear it, you found a truck stop, huh? Calling it a day. Or at least your 11 hours or 10 hours you're supposed to rest. And yes, we found more clouds. At least they're not like the Borg clouds we had. That must be a Europe thing. If folks, you haven't seen it, I yesterday did a stream from Berlin to Amsterdam, and it was 0-0 for the takeoff, 100 broken, albeit I broke out at 400 for the approach into Schiphol. I flew through a thunderstorm. Unbelievable. But leading into it, swore to you, it looked like, if you're into Star Trek, it looked like the Borg. It was like a Borg cloud to assimilate me as I got in there. And I saw a couple more today, so it's got to be a Europe thing. Or, as I said, people at Laminar with a little bit of a sense of humor. But this is the kind of weather you see on the North Atlantic. A lot of clouds, a lot of storminess, a lot of headwinds if you're going westerly. If you're going easterly, of course, that would mean a lot of tailwind. So, but again, welcome aboard. Thanks for being a part. Hope you enjoy. 3.5 hours to our landing at JFK. Planning in the early stages to 2 left. Those familiar with that airport. See if we can't get Duluth to figure out how to fly a plane again. He's been up flying trucks all the time. All right, looking at the map, we are coming up on 5340 in about 40 or 50 miles. And then one more fix before the exit point at ALLRY. And then it's proverbially smooth sailing into JFK. Albeit still quite a ways away. One of these days, we're going to find a way to get Duluth up here and fly in one of these nice, lovely long hauls. He does Hawaii from time to time. So, but yeah, welcome aboard. Hope you all enjoyed, and we'll try to carry on the merriment as we head to JFK. Maybe teach a thing or two. You may notice, for those new to the channel, new in from the stream, we're calling this flight Life as a Military Brat. Okay, some of you out there may have actually been a military brat kid, drug around the world, could be a government worker, doesn't necessarily have to be military, you know. Government workers go, you know, abroad too. I'm kind of dedicating this series of flights, and there'll be a few, to those of us that were military brats. Episode 1 was my... Oh no, did he crash again? Oh boy, Mr. Bongo. Yeah, I know this. He likes to dog and rag on Swift. I'm going to go a little bit and stay away from Duluth Freightways. Anyway, we're dedicating these series of flights. There's going to, I'm not sure the total number, how it's going to break down. We ran into a hiccup the very first episode. I was born in Southern California on a military base, and within a year, my family had moved to Germany, specifically Bitburg Air Base, Germany. Believe it or not, and this was, something my wife came up with. So I was a little nervous that some of these may not actually still be there. Bitburg actually is, not as an air base, but the airport itself is still there and is still active. However, the runways were not, in my opinion, long enough or suitable for a 747, pushing major amounts on its range from San Bernardino to Bitburg. Ended up going to Spangdahlem, 10 to 15 miles east of it, and I've heard through some rumor mills that's where a lot of the heavier aircraft went anyway. Longer runway and that. Okay, so that was episode 1. The one big lesson out of that, besides the fact it was a 12-hour flight, YouTube doesn't allow me to upload my recorded videos over 12 hours. So that was a 12-point, it wasn't by much, but it was still over 12 hours, and that's their limit. Now you can stream longer than 12 hours. You just can't upload a video. Fair enough. Their service, not going to argue. Suggestions, couple of viewers suggested, hey, just break it up. Better for you, better for us, better for you, and obviously better for YouTube. So that's what we've done in 3 parts. Episode 2 is being done. This is part 2. Part 1, and by the way, I would have only been 2, 3, or 4 years old at this point, so I don't remember any of this. Heck, I don't even remember what happened 2 or 3 days ago, let alone at age 2 or 3. So what we did is part 1 is Spangdahlem to Frankfurt. We did that in a 727. I wanted to fly the 707-120 to JFK. That is outside its range limits. So we changed gears to the 747, which not a problem on that route. And then part 3 of this will be the final leg to the base we came back to the States to. So interesting series of flights coming, dedicated to those of us military brats who got to see the world whether we liked it or not. And I mean, for the most part, it wasn't all that bad. A couple of bad stations, but beyond that, until you get to high school, that's when it gets ugly. So if you're a military brat, I'm dedicating this series of flights to you. I went to 9 different schools as a child. Some of you can say the same thing, both military brat and otherwise, government brat. We'll call it that. Maybe would be better. Me, I'm going to keep it military brat, the name. But it's an interesting thing every 2 to 3 years moving to a different city. Now, some of you have moved from one end of town to another end of town, or from one town to another 20 miles away. That's hard. I mean, I get that. That can be hard. Try 2,000 miles away. No chance of seeing your friends, most likely ever, depending, unless you join the military and end back at that base. And even then, still crapshoot. So that's what this is all about. Like I said, 9 schools. So far, not one of those schools in these 2 episodes. So, still too young. So, but it'll be coming. I mean, granted, most people will go through elementary, middle, now middle. We didn't have middle when I was, well, we had junior high. Disregard. So there's 2, and high school. There's the normal 3. Maybe a freshman today would make it 4. Yeah. I went, like I said, 9 schools. I know some that went many more than me, and I know some that went less than me, military brat wise. How they got to stay in the same places more than that, I don't know. Don't want to know. I just know, I know personally of one person who somehow never left this base. Never left it. No idea how he did it. But again, don't want to know. It was rough. So, anyway, that's what the series is dedicated to. Should have been a 707 flying it, but like I said, it's just pushing really hard the range. I knew the 7.4 could make it from San Bernardino to here with proper step climbing. Plus, you got the wind at your back. And beneath your wings, as Bette Midler would say. And so I knew that was makeable. The coming back, 12 hours would have been a roll of the dice, because you're talking headwinds. So, boy, that takeoff out of San Bernardino was fun, though. Whew. I hate every inch of that runway up. Wow, that was fun. Just about as fun as yesterday's IFR flying. So, welcome to flight simming. That's why I do it. It's a dream of mine to have really flown a 747 in real life. Life through curves of my own doing. You know, I can't blame anyone else but myself, to where I let that dream slip away. Thankfully, the sim has come in and at least resurrected it somewhat. So welcome in. Hope you enjoy your time here. Feel free to follow. Would love to have you on our future flights. Tomorrow, tentatively scheduled for South Africa. However, with the world flight in play, I might look that way. Depends where they are in the flights. So I see our resident truck drivers are in the house, resting for their next adventure on American Truck Driver. That sounds like another TV show. definitely could have some drama. I will say this much, folks, to that game, being that I used to drive a truck many years ago, back in the 90s, nearly 10 years. To watch that, yeah, sorry. It's hard for me to watch and just go, huh? What? Very hard. But they give it their best. Okay, one of the biggest things in crews we monitor is the fuel. Now, in the beginning, just a quick recap, when we took off from Frankfurt, again, the heavier you get this plane, the more when you fly it or watch it, it gets like what you expect. When you fly it short haul or anything like that, it's not like what you see if you've ever seen one take off. I used to watch these all the time in the early 2000s as we deployed troops to the sandbox there in the Mideast. And they ate runway, but that was because they were going to Germany, or they were going to other places. So they were loaded down, and they don't have the capability to air refuel like the military does. Although there's a great story I have on a C5 for another time. So the heavier you make this plane, the more realistic, in my opinion, it gets. Now, it may, as those lighter short haul runs, it may actually look like that. I've just never seen it. Anyway, we started off with about 20-ish thousand pounds in our center tank, maxed over 80,000 in our number 2, number 3 mains, 31, 32, 33. I forget how high up we were before we turned the pumps off in 1 and 4. Reserves haven't even been used yet. Won't be used till we descend. So when you take off, you just run your 2 cross feeds here and all your pumps open, your cross feeds on the end here for the reserves closed. As soon as you get into a climb and you feel comfortable, you know, your workload's back down. Remember, 1 person doing all 3. Then you can come back here, shut your fuel, make sure your cross feeds are all open, except for the reserves. Shut your fuel down, 1 and 4. Because the cross feeds here, the white lever or valves are open, that makes your center and your 1, your 2 and 3 tanks where the fuel will get to all 4 engines. In the beginning, the center, as it draws down to near empty, about 2,000 pounds-ish, 2 and 3 start moving fuel to all 4 engines. You turn the scavenger pump to empty it out, and then you turn your pumps off on the center. Now you draw down your 2 and 3 to this point here. And what we're going to do is engage pumps 1, pumps 4. And what we're doing, we want to either have it equal in that wing for landing, or heavier closer to the center of the aircraft than out on the wingtips. So as we descend, we're going to begin releasing the fuel from the reserves into 1 and 4, which will bring their levels up close to 30, to what's in the two closer to the center of the plane. I hope that quick overview helped. I'm always available. This is right here probably the biggest thing you're gonna do with this plane, besides knowing when to step climb. And it really truly is a gut thing: weight, guts, and wind. So whatever your wind is, if it's better above, of course think about a step climb. However, make sure your weight's capable to get you up there, and that the wind isn't going to be worse and slowing you down when you're going west in a westerly direction. So currently 34,000. Our top altitude is 38,000, and it's not far from the end of the track. But because the winds are so horrible, we're kind of keeping the plane where the winds are a little better to navigate in and keep our speeds up. As you can see, right now our ground speed's about 430. That stinks. So let's go to page 2. And it's not looking much better above. True airspeed still kicking around 490. That's not really going to change much. But this concerns me. That concerns me. And we'll stay right where we are and hope for the best. Another way to look at it, and you can replace these with SEVAs. What's a SEVA? It's an INS system. Looks just like this box right above the transponder. I'm zoomed in on it. You can turn these and they work, but like right here, what your next waypoint would be, well, obviously we haven't loaded it, so it doesn't know. Here's our wind, currently 294 at 66. Will it be better? Will it be worse? Now, in today's day, you can use the ACAR system and ask dispatch, what's the winds aloft looking like in our area? In their day, you could try the high frequency radio, keyword try, or in flight simming, one other tool. Okay, currently I'm on the ATIS. That isn't going to help us. Go to weather. You can see where we are. We're just off 5340. Good 200 or so miles to the next one. Okay, the radar isn't going to help us other than to know, hey, we're going to have some stuff south of our route as we come off the track. But come over here to layers. Wind barbs or jet stream, either way, you can do both. Now you can see what you're getting ready to flow into. Now I thought I could change the altitudes. And apparently I cannot. So as we get from this fix to 4662, we're going to encounter some pretty good wind. Most likely the jet streams right here, or one of. So this is something they can do now on planes through ForeFlight or other airline tools in their EFBs, or they bring with them in their phones. I really thought we could see this by, oh, here it is. Notice how it's getting worse. Okay, There's 35,000. We're wanting to go to 36. And again, the red is getting pretty strong. However, look over here where the brown is. That is ooh. Now, the tracks are up here tonight. And they're going to have to contain with this. But this gives you an idea, do I want to go up or not? Because technically the air is a little thinner, a little easier for the plane to go through, but if it's got a stiff headwind, I don't know. So you got to make that call, Captain. No, the weather's kind of dying out. Oh, I know a lot of people here in St. Louis that wish that would have. Wow, we got hammered. 7 to 8 inches of rain in 2 days. And guess what? Winter is coming. Thankfully, it wasn't that kind of precipitation. That actually is more manageable than 7 to 8 inches of rain. All right, so there's your options, folks. And right now, we're going to keep it at 34. That seems a little more managed. I don't think we could get better if we went up just yet. But we'll see. We'll kind of keep an eyeball on things. If you don't like the advertisements, folks, hey, the only suggestion I have for you is you can subscribe to the channel. That does cost. That's why I don't really push hard on it. It's your call, what you feel comfortable. But ad-free viewing will occur when you subscribe. And not only that, you're supporting the channel, and we are looking at some other options out here for aircraft, sounds, maybe sceneries to include in our streams. So thank you ahead of time if you do subscribe. But welcome in. Thanks for being a part of Flying with Mike. We try to impart some knowledge. I do have a private pilot's rating, real world. However, it's from the 1980s. And albeit the theories still work, the regs, the rules and regulations have been updated, and for today's operations. But thank you for being with us. Got about a 3-hour, 20-minute trek into JFK, and hope you all enjoy. And as I was saying before y'all raided in, we are going to be taking a dinner break here shortly. We are not on VATSIM, so they can't get upset at us. And we're going to grab some food we haven't eaten since we started the stream. So we'll be back here shortly. And thank you so much for being a part of Flying with Mike. We'll see you for the setup for the approach. Still got to put the runway and the type of approach in. And we'll talk through that so you all can kind of see what we have in store. Anti-ice is on. It's that time of the year, folks. So we'll be back shortly. All right, folks, we're back with you. Let's see where we're hiding. We're about to come off the North Atlantic track. And get on the outskirts of Canada here. So let's take a look at our fuel. Everything should be okay over here. Okay, let's go to that one off, that one off. Theoretically, I could turn that one off too. But I'm going to leave it on. All right, so we're scooting through the clouds here. We're in that band where it was kind of getting stronger on the winds. And you can see our ground speeds dropped 430. So 2.5 hours and we'll be at hopefully JFK. All right, let's start doing this. Okay, we're arriving, okay, according to the approach, ILS 22 left, ILS 22 right. All right, so Deer Park is out of service according real world. How about that, Sim? ILS 22 left, departing 22 right, operate transponder. Okay, pretty simple. Simplicity. That was real world, by the way. They're using both 22s for landings, 31 right, or left, I'm sorry, for southern departures, and probably the other one for the northern. So, although it didn't say that, so. And so Boston, New York Center, and a New York approach are all up. Ground is up as well. And so yeah, we'll stay offline. It's just, and there's a lot of traffic in and out, so it's what you'd expect. Oh, where is the flight at? Hang on. All you got to do is follow the long trail. I know they're headed towards Bogota. No, they're headed towards Quinto, it looks like. From there, I'm not certain what their game plan is. I think Bogota is one of their stopping points, but I'm not certain. Tomorrow, our flight is planned, one flight over in South Africa. We may look to see if they're still up and flying the world flight. All right, we're crossing into Gander Center, off Gander Oceanic, and let's get in here and plan this out, shall we? Okay. Okay, so fix 1, then YYG. So fix 1 and then YYG. Yeah, that looks good. Okay, charts. For those curious what we're flying today, the Parch 3 RNAV arrival. I click on it, there we go. coming in off PLYMM, Direct Providence, Trait, Parch, and Calverton. Rober, Crail, Cabot for the setup for the ILS. 2-2 left or right. Cool. So that's already loaded. There's PLYMM, PVD, Trait, Parch, CC, Robber, Crail, Cabot. Okay, so let's go here, go to JFK, Parch, PLYMM. Now we have to choose ILS 2-2 left, 2-2 right. Okay, 2-2 left is an 8,400 foot runway, 12,000 foot on 2-2 right. Since we're not going to be online, I'm going to go 2-2 right if there's an ILS. Okay, there we go. Now, let me switch 2-2 right. Approaches available. There's Norton, there's Symbol. So those are not going to help us. They are basically to help funnel us in on either of the two runways. Okay, we're going to go final. So execute. Legs, click, penetrate. Okay, let's, where are you? Add. Okay, so you see how that works. Now, technically, Corvette, and then we start in, we may just go Crail, Corvette, and in. We'll see. Let's back up here to the trait, or back up. Okay, so we're coming down to trait is 24,000. Now, that should adjust our descent. Now, why are we coming down at 32,000? I know why. We're at 34,000. There we go. Now let's look at our legs. Okay, why aren't we updated? All right, well, we'll do the math. There we go. Okay, so trade at 24. Calverton at 12. And 250. My bad, I missed that. From there, Rober at 9,000. Okay, and then we head in. Robert Crail, straight on to, okay, Corvette, and then Corvette should be 3,000. 1,900 at Matter. Okay. Now, we're not going to be at or above. We're going to be on it. All right, I'm just looking at the speed restrictions. Okay, so there's what we're looking at, folks. Now we have the approach in here. Let's see. Top of descent lies 872 miles ahead of us. And according to this, I really can't get a good read, folks. It's saying PLYMM, is that even 50, 70 miles? Yeah, that could work. Okay, so we'll cross PLYMM, start our descent into Trait. Okay, so there you have it, folks. There's our arrival brief. Now for the numbers. Hang on, we'll put this here. Slide, well, we'll slide it out for now. Okay, let's head over here to the EFB. Giving you an idea about where we are. Reference to main. We're going to be dropping down and headed in. Performance landing. KJFK's runway is 12,000 feet long. It's actually 12,079 feet. If you put 12,100, you're expecting extra runway down here. If you put 12,000, it loses 79 off of it, which is better. 13 feet. I'll put us at 0 there, coming in on runway 22. And I don't think we have a slope on this runway. No slope. Runway's dry. Temperature at JFK as of 27 minutes go to 2 degrees. Pressure 3,000. Winds 250. 10. Okay, it looks like clean at 240. There's the rest of our speeds for flap deployments. We're going to be landing at about 140, so we'll plan about 150 down the approach. Set the speed bugs. I'm going to go with medium brakes. And that's all you got to do. Just make sure you always click read from load sheet. Now, we'll come back to this as we get closer. Numbers will update. So, as the weights update. There we go. So there you have it. You just watched how we get our flight set up on a longer haul flight like this. Now, if you're flying, say, Frankfurt to Amsterdam, or Frankfurt to Manchester, or even Scotland, down to, say, maybe Barcelona or something like that, you know, things you may want to do quicker. But that's what you got on these long hauls. Get yourself ready. All right. Two hours, 15 minutes away, folks. Now, technically, we should begin thinking about 38,000 as our flight plan says. I don't like those winds up there, folks. I really don't. Let me clear out and center. I'm gonna bring in my little weather check. You know, we did this earlier on NavGraph. All right. Can't hurt to let you see it again. All right, this is the wind graph. 35,000 feet. Obviously, the more red, the more speed. I'm going to go up to 38. That kind of did lighten up, didn't it? Okay, we're heading up. Now, when I see that, that makes me happy. Go to select. Let's go on up to 38. Ease on up, ease on down the road, on the airway. I am going to put us in climb this time. Should give us a little bit more power, which will make people like Tim Allen happy. Ho, 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 ho. Hey, you got to watch Home Improvement for that one, folks. Believe it or not, each one of these airways on many of the tracks actually is how you get off or get to a track. It's like a little fishnet out here. And we're just taking it nice and easy. No need to rush up, burn more fuel than we already have, even though we're plenty fine. Now, one thing I've been meaning to point out, let me show that on here. Again, this comes with the Classic. There are no mods that I know of that I'm using. Okay, this used to be where you clicked, where you see elevation, range, 40, 14, and 6. Used to be where you click to get the yoke to show or not show. Actually, it's now this little strip right here. However, this gives you the ability to look above on your TCAS, look below, and increase your range. I'm going to go to 40. Folks, we're not on VATSIM, so it ultimately doesn't really matter. While we're here, let's go ahead, set our minimums right about there for 250. But yeah, that just gives you, so now I can see 40 miles out in front of the aircraft. Now, if this was the A330, 330-900 Neo, whoa, we could come down here, there'd be an a box McDo, we could punch traffic and ATIS traffic shows up, telling us who it is that's on our nav display. But that's quite a few years after this plane. So I was really impressed with that, folks. Really, that is such, there is so many little things in there to learn. I can't, one step at a time is how we're flying that plane. Okay, altitude select for 38,000, good. Like I said, we're doing it nice and easy with no need to, even the passengers will probably not know we just climbed. That's the goal. It's an old train passenger trick, folks. Make it seamless as possible. So when they would spot cars, especially in the passenger train world, gently ease them to a stop. And when they uncoupled, that would be the only time you might know something. Or even coupling, because sometimes it just it happens. You gotta punch it. But a lot of times you don't. And they were so gentle that many travelers never knew that they actually sat on a siding for another train to pick them up and move them on to their destination. Because that's the pride and the professionalism that was on the rail. Still is in many of them, but like all industries, those hurriers show up. Shortcutters and all of that.
Level off.
But if ATC would let you, you could just gently rise up. As long as you're doing 500 to 800 feet a minute, they're really never gonna be overly concerned. Plus, you're back in the real world in what's called controlled airspace. They can see you on radar. Out over the ocean, they can't, so they kind of expect things a little more get to where you want to be, because they may be trying a timing thing to keep everyone safe. But again, here's the Queen. About to level off, folks. 38,000 feet. And we're regaining our speed. We're a little off. We'll be back up to 0.85 here shortly. I'm going to switch us into cruise once we do. No need for the extra push and power when I can set it that way. We're at 38, so let's go back to altitude hold. Just patience and take your time. Remember, you're doing the job of 3 people in this plane. So technically 2, but a third is really needed. The first officer is truly needed on this. For the 2 to work, 1 fly, 1 get all the nav set up, while the guy behind him, the flight engineer, does everything else to keep the engines running. Power to the plane, air to the people. I mean, everything they need is right there. Okay, let's go into cruise again. Again, what I'm doing down here over to cruise, I can actually do, and I just put it up to this view right here. Same with your CDUs, you can bring them up here. So, and there it is. Cruise, Mach, and so forth. So, enjoy the last 2 hours of this flight, folks. It's been fun, but these long hauls are that long. Took off from Frankfurt around 12:30 Central Time, and knocking on the door of JFK here at about 8:30ish. 9 o'clock, somewhere in there. Out of sequence for the nat tracks, but I think there are actual airlines that do get into JFK. They'll turn and be out by midnight, coming in again on the heels of that nat track switch eastbound or westbound. They switch, and there's provisions for them. So enjoy. And if you're interested in Pan Am, if flying for a virtual airline with Pan Am, check us out here at Pan Am Virtual. The 707-120 was the intended chariot for this flight today. However, the range on it, I was really skittish on it. Secondly, we actually don't have a 707 Frankfurt to JFK. Now, there may actually have been one. We just don't have it added yet, and I don't know if it ever existed. So that's why we took the 74. This flight actually did exist in the 80s. But anyway, Pan Am Virtual, if you go to www.crew.paavirtual.com, folks, you're going to find a great airline. It is the Pan Am side of the house. Oh, there's multiple sides? Yes. The Pan Am side, we try to stay with the aircraft for the schedules we have. We try. We allow a little wiggle room. Not a lot, but a little. And I think it's doing a great job. I actually am kind of sort of the, we'll call it a hub manager, airline manager. I don't know what my actual title is, but anyway, I'm the guy over the Pan Am side of the house. Okay. I've put in all of the 85 schedule. Now the CEO is working on 1961, which would have been the 707 era. Now, I mentioned sides. We have a TWA side as well. And if you know aviation, you're going, Pan Am, TWA in the same house? Yeah, it's a good laugh, I know. But it's true. And it works. It kind of makes you think, what would it have been like in the real world had these two dropped the hatchets that they were burying in each other's backs, came together? Would they be here? Would they be a major airline player right now? I would say, I think so. Pan Am's big problem is they couldn't get a solid domestic-based setup going here in the U.S. and abroad. Remember, deregulation happened early in the 80s, late 70s. That threw all of the airlines into a spiral. American, United, Delta, Northwest, Continental, all were able to find their way into the next century. TWA did too, albeit for a year, and then they crumbled and American gobbled them. Pan Am went down in the mid-90s. A lot of speculations and reasons, but the problem really boiled down. They were fantastic at international, wowing and wooing their customers. Domestically, getting them to their hubs, lacking. They bought a few airlines, but they themselves were hurting already so bad that it hurt. So that's where Pan Am fell. But if I think those two came together, whoa, there's a chance they could still be here and be a very major airline for the U.S. So Anyway, check us out. TWA flies a more modern kind of look to TWA. Say if it was still here, Airbus 737 800s, along with the 47 200 67 57 MD-80s, what you would expect. So a little bit more on the modern to modern fictitious, but believable still enough. Pan Am, we stick with pretty much what they flew. So check us out again, www.crew.paavirtual.com. Great website, great technology in an ACAR system, great people. So look forward for you to join us. Believe it or not, we're under 2 hours to JFK. And I think I've heard also one more note on Pan Am. I think I know of at least 2 iterations since the closing. Well, at least one. Because when I first started at the airport back at just, I mean, a day or 2 before 9/11, Pan Am actually came in to Gary, back to us, down to Sanford. That didn't last long after 9/11, and it was only 727s, and now I believe that iteration ceased or became just a charter outfit. There's another one coming with 757s possibly. I can't remember the rumor mill I've seen that in to try to look it up again. So there could be another attempt to get Pan Am fired back up. I'm not holding my breath, folks. I don't mean to be mean about Pan Am. To start an airline up, I mean, could be the best time ever to start it up. But there's just so much against you when you start. But we've got 2 very successful ones out there, Avalo and Breeze. I don't know about Avalo 100%, but Breeze is doing a really good job. And another one that's out there, it's not a startup this year, came when deregulation started. This little company, America West, grew up pretty well through deregulation. Not many airlines could say that. And eventually would buy U.S. Airways and American Airlines. However, under U.S. Airways under America West, but they kept U.S. Airways' name to then turn and buy American. Not buy American products, bought American Airlines. So it was possible in deregulation. Very, very difficult. These were at times when you could fly a 747 from O'Hare or probably not Midway, but O'Hare. Midway because just too short of runways. But from O'Hare to, say, Baltimore or Atlanta or New York City. and make a lot of money, yet not have the plane anywhere filled up. Deregulation changed all that. All right, turn the page here. Day after. Hope you're happy. Sorry if you're not. Hope you voted. Don't want to hear from you complaining if you didn't. Because you had your chance at the ballot. And plenty of opportunity to get your vote cast. So, again, wish you the best. Those of, however the election went for you. There are a lot of happy people. There are a lot of people not happy. Hopefully we realize, this country was formed on changing the page peacefully. Even though the last couple of elections, both sides of the aisle have shown total disregard for that. Hopefully this one will be nice, peaceful. We can move on. And unfortunately, the next election. Thankfully, 4 years away. Oh, they're getting worse and worse to endure. But to those who voted, thank you. And to those, again, who did not, I don't want to hear from you that you don't like how things are. Just don't want to hear it. And in my opinion, you really don't have a right to say anything. So, even though the country's built on personal freedoms, if you can't do your part, I don't see where we should afford to listen to you. All right, so on we go into a commercial break. And thank you for those that are listening. If you're a subscriber, we sure appreciate it. If the ads are coming at you, you feel too much, they come every 20 minutes, folks. And I try to keep them to a minute and a half or slightly more, maybe 2 minutes. And one, they help the stream out, they help Twitch out. But if they're too much, you can always subscribe and get ad-free viewing then. It's kind of like what SariBot says there. If the ads are coming at you and what you think are too much, you can always consider subscribing, removing the ads from you, and at the same time support the stream. So it's your call. But we sure appreciate those that have gifted or are currently on a gifted sub or have actually subbed the channel. We sure appreciate you. So welcome back, folks. And again, just telling those that are still here, if the ads are coming are a little annoying, you can always consider subscribing to the channel. Removes the ads and supports the channel at the same time. We sure would appreciate it. So thank you for your support. Thank you for just being here. We cherish that also. So. And sorry also if it sounds like the same music over and over, because it is. We work very hard to make sure it's not copyrighted music. Work very hard so that when YouTube looks at it, Twitch looks at it, we don't get any strikes. We're in the business to be on their networks, not to be struck out. So that's why when I get a song, even if it says this is not a strike against you, the song's out of rotation. Couple of my most favorite songs to listen to in the non-copyright epic genre, they've gone that way. They said they would never do it, yet then they copyright and boink, out they have to go. So we're very particular about that. And the tough thing here is, maybe tricky would be a better word. That's what I was stumbling over. Sometimes they're not copyrighted for Twitch, but then if you put them on YouTube, they get all pissy and call it copywritten. And that's, you know, I'm not sitting here trying to call out any artists that's doing that. It's just frustrating on our part to try to figure out the best music to back up what's going on. And they have every right to be as picky, particular as they want to be. Just like developers have every right to every cent they want to charge. It's up to you whether you want to pay for it. I will never. I mean, I've unfortunately gone down that road with pirating. I hate that, folks. I hear people, well, they shouldn't charge what they do. Folks, they don't charge that much. You have to lower your expectations sometimes. Can't have everything you want. But they deserve whatever they want to charge because they took the time, they took the effort, they bought the resources in order to produce whatever widget, software, whatever, to get that money. And it was just too much for me in that world to do that. So I quit, walked away from that, and didn't. I probably should have maybe made announcements, but I just let it go. No reason why you can't save a little money, pay for it. There is a lot of stuff I've had to pass on, and you know what? I'm still the better for it without it. Now, right now, I am looking at a few aircraft that are announced coming down the pike. Scenery, I'm always on the wishy-washy side with, because I'm one that if I'm not going to fly into it but one time, why get it? You know, that's, to me, a waste that I could have used on, say, that airplane or that engine sound or something like that. So that's why scenery, and plus X-plane scenery on the airports, I don't have any problems with it. I don't expect to roll in and go, wow, there's a real guy marshaling me into the to the gate. Wait a minute, I'm on a computer. That ain't a real guy. That's an AI robot. So, and again, if I don't come back, why waste the money that I spent on that when I could get an aircraft like this or the Tolus A339? or others like the 737-800 MAX coming. Yeah, you heard it, folks. Airfoil Labs released that they are working on it. So I'm not certain. I am baiting to buy it, but because I've got a couple of other aircraft out there I have been looking at for quite a while. It's deciding, is the price tag worth the product? That's a big decision right there. And then there's a whole new set of aircraft that I'm looking at that I'm thinking very long and hard about. So we'll see. But I'm here to try to make your day less stressful, relaxing, enjoy just kicking back from days that can be rough. And hope you're enjoying. And I hope you don't fall asleep like some do. No, seriously, if you do, folks, great. We love you anyway. So welcome aboard. Thank you for your patience with me. And we thank you for being a part of Flying with Mike. Don't forget to follow us here on Twitch. Hey, if you happen to have taken my notes seriously there over at YouTube, to come on over, give us a try live. We're glad to have you. Give us a follow here so we can know you're here and meet and greet you here. So, yes, we have a YouTube channel, so if you miss anything, you can always go over there. Most likely catch it. And one of those things we're thinking about is dual streaming. And we're trying to make sure we do it in the best way for the best product on both streams. I'm hearing plus minuses on all of the fronts, and I'm just trying to weigh truth from fiction. But we are eventually looking to dual stream. I am in cruise, right? Yeah, I am. Okay. Yeah, okay. It just seemed like my EPR is way up. But I truly hope you all have a great week. The weekend's not far off. Don't forget those veterans folks here in the States as we celebrate Veterans Day next Monday. They're the ones that protect your routes that we squander, all of us, including this guy. There's rights I probably squander all the time too. But they paid the price for it. Both ultimately and by serving. And don't forget the military brats, like this Life as Military Brat is. Families of service members give up a lot too. A lot. To constantly be moved and drug, placed base to base, to station, to the betterment of the service person, supposedly. So that's what we've dedicated this series called Life as a Military Brat to those service members' families, especially the children. Like me, I was a military brat. Born over in California, San Bernardino. There was an Air Force base there at times. Within a year, I'm in Germany. Don't remember any of that, first off. But right out of, literally, as I said earlier, right out of the womb and into Germany. Then a few years later, we're on this 3-part series back. Granted, I don't think it went that way, but it might have. Back to the States. So first episode, folks, was, and it's about me. It's all about me. No, no, seriously, it's about the life that not only me, but a lot of military brats lead. Went through 9 schools. Most of you 3 or 4, maybe 5, only because you have new schools that were never thought of when I was a kid. Freshman high schools, really? So now sophomores get hazed? Really? Yeah, it's kind of crazy now the way schooling is. But anyway, 9 schools, 9 or 12 grades, so you do the math. We're on the move quite a bit. I know more other military brats like myself that did a whole lot more. Some did a whole lot less. Some who weren't even military brats did a lot like I did. So, but we're dedicating it to the brats, those of us that moved around a bit. Like I said, pretty much day one, as soon as we were able, boom, off to Germany. Turned around, boom, a couple of years later, back to the States. And then crisscrossed all over the place, so. And some had it worse. They'd come back to the States, bounce to the Far East, come back to the States, bounce to Alaska, go down to here, go over to there, go over to Europe again, come back, go no. Some of the stories I've heard, wow. But that's our military, folks. So that's where we're at. We're part 2. Part 1 of episode 2 started at Spangdahlem. So episode 1, San Bernardino. Now the landing point was meant to be Bitburg, Germany. Now those of you in Germany may know Bitburg. It was an air base. The airport is still there. When I looked at it, I just was a little uneasy bringing a 747 in on it. Spangdahlem is only 15, 20 miles away. That's where we went. And that's where we departed for episode 2. So episode 2 went from Spangdahlem to Frankfurt. Now, when you look in the YouTube description in the more, you're going to find Rhein Main Air Base. Not a lot of people today know that name. That's the air base where everything in and out of Germany happened. Remember, I was born in the 60s. What was going on? In the 70s, in the 80s, for the most part. Matter of fact, I'm pretty sure that's right. Germany was 2. An East Russian bloc side, Soviet as we called it. West was what we knew in NATO. Berlin was cut in half by a wall. You may have seen Tear Down This Wall by Ronald Reagan and many commercial snippets. I remember those words very vividly during the Cold War. I'm a Cold War vet. And you know, there are many times the great Ronald Reagan, and he was a great president. He scared me a few times because I was in the military, and oh, looks like I'm getting ready to go to Europe. Is what I kept saying. And how we stayed out of war is hard to believe. There were little jabs here and there, but we stayed out of a hot war there. Oh, Vietnam was very hot, but not to the degree that could have happened with Russia and the US, the Soviets and us. So life as a military brat was different back then. Today it's just the same. The threats are different, and thankfully we're in a little bit more of a peaceful time. Even though the Cold War stayed peaceful, sort of, kind of, maybe, there were things going on. But anyway, we're dedicating this series of flights for the military brat out there. And thank you to all of you that are out there watching, paying attention, enjoying this, because Top of Descent is coming. Currently estimated 500 miles out. So we're getting there slowly but surely. We got about an hour to it. So we're down to an hour and a half, folks. So we're getting there. And look on the bright side, tomorrow we have South Africa to fly in, and then Friday probably is going to get rescheduled. I'm really thinking about pulling it back a little bit, wait a week, at minimum a week or two before the final installment of episode 2 happens. We'll look at the world flight. We'll look at some things to fill in with. So, believe me, it'll be an enjoyable time for all. Then we start figuring out next week. And then folks start getting ready for Thanksgiving and Christmas. Yes. All right, I'm going to look ahead here a little bit. Oh, where are we now? Oh, yeah, they're headed to Quinto in Ecuador. Wow. Oh, there's a Pan Am back there. Nice. kind of neat looking at all the different call letters and signs in here. It's just neat. The airlines, now where they're actually from is another story, obviously. But wow, really cool. Great job, guys. I didn't get a chance to hear what they're raising money for. They always do. And great organization, World Flight. So Punta Cana to Ecuador. No, Ecuador. Quinto. Many called the highest international airport in the world, not realizing a few miles south and east of there, a little place called El Alto actually had the title. 13,000 foot runway at 13,000 feet above sea level. And it's an international airport. So. But again, glad y'all are taking some time out on your Wednesday to join us here. Thank you for being a part of Flying with Mike, and we hope you have a very blessed day as we continue to JFK. Hour and a half out. Okay, fuels are looking good. Packs, temperatures all look good. Hey, Matt 1997 Air's back. What's up? how did the testing go? I hopefully successful and you're on my wing. Oh man. All right, we're going to have to set this up, I think, for some night flying today. Good. Haven't done the infamous flight chest yet, but so far so good. I hope that all works good for you. Get you back in the air, even if it's only the virtual air. I am not about to try to pronounce that. Back from a Japanese steakhouse. Awesome. Awesome. Yeah, we had a little half-hour, 45-minute break for dinner here. Myself, we just had tacos. But with the little granddaughter, that can be a challenge. She's 7 months old. Doesn't want a thing to do with food right now. Just her bottle. I think there's been a couple of days that little one has actually, I mean, she hasn't eaten what you'd hope she'd do solid food wise, but she has nibbled, maybe taken a few bites, but for the most part, she just doesn't want food. All right, we're closing in on the finish line, folks. An hour and roughly, we'll call it 15 minutes out. And our ground speed's up a little. We're up to 450. I'm happy with that. Sure beats 400 to 420. Whoa, that was wicked. Still better than what me and my dad turned in long time ago, back in the 80s, coming back from Sporties to Wright Pat's Aero Club there in Dayton. The approach controller came on and said, "Hey, would you guys like to know your ground speed?" Sure. -1. We knew it was windy. We didn't know it was that bad. Oh yeah, like a sailboat tacking our way back to Dayton. Oh, but still, you know, not many bad days are found in the air. I found one, but yeah, not many bad days are found in the air. Like I said, I found one, but so it is just that simple. Fujiyama. That's what I was gonna say, but I'm like, I'm gonna butcher this. Huh. Perfect, you got it. All right, I'm good for Japan now. Assign me to the State Department. Now make it plural, add the S, Fujiyamis. That is fun. See, I'm ready for Japan. All right, time to line us up a flight to Japan. Maz, I got it. Fujiyamas. There it is. You got it. Yep, time to go to Japan, like I said. Actually, I don't really know what I'd do in Japan other than want to see Mount Fuji. I really don't. Other than maybe Narita and Kansai airports. But that's a lot of money just to go see those. Of course, I could, if I get a good clear day going from either of those two airports, I could see Mount Fuji. Well, thankfully, we do not see any Borg-like cloud formations out here like yesterday. Boy, that one really looked like the Borg. We saw those in Europe, so that must, like I said, be a European design. We're here. Clouds are looking pretty decent as we're getting closer and closer to the U.S. We're in Montkin's airspace right now for center control. I don't think they're online. Nope, they are not. Boston is. Montreal is. Wow, New York is not under ATC. Wow. Very busy, but no ATC at New York City. So... Downwind Sim, welcome. Whoa. Hey, this looks like trouble. Hey, Downwind Sim, welcome aboard. Welcome aboard. Hope things are going well for you up north. Survived all of the heavy rain and heavy election coverage. Oh, so you missed it all. Got in from Hotlanta. Nice. Peachtree to Spirit. Nice flight. CJ3. Awesome, awesome. Piper Cub, huh? Sorry, couldn't resist. Mach points him. It does that. It may not get to 40,000 though. It'll do 0.73 in a dive. Give it enough altitude. Welcome aboard, my Piper Cub. Awesome. Glad to hear. Wouldn't that be surprised the customers hear that? Welcome aboard, a Piper Cub. What's a Piper Cub? You're flying in it. It just happens to have jet engines made out of wood and skin. Pedal faster. We do, and I haven't heard much from Hawker of late, but yeah, we do need to meet up somewhere. The wife's over at our daughter's house watching the granddaughter till she gets home, so I can't set anything up over the airwaves, but yeah, we do need to do that. I got my Piper Cub right here. Yes, sir. Oh, the Clipper is just wonderful as always. I love this plane. I do really need to fly it more, but you know, Tolis just keeps giving me reasons not to with that A330. But it is nice to get back to the old way of doing things. And I need to get my Piper Arrow out. Do some flying around on the sim here with that. Problem is, it takes me down memory road too much. Wishing I could fly the real thing. Knowing I can't afford it. But yeah, she is doing a great job, the Queen. Fun, especially since you got to do everything, you know, flight engine. Yeah, I know a lot of people there, Matt, looking forward to that. Yeah, like I've said all day long, the Max has just never wowed me. Other than the fact they can't keep the doors on them. But, and I know I'm not going down the road. I know the whole lot of the story to it. But anyway, but yeah, it's, well, you want a modern payware. Oh, you want a modern payware 737. I'm going to tell you, if you don't have ZBO already, it's free, and it is pretty doggone unbelievable for a free aircraft. I mean, I still say it beats PMDG every day of the week. One category they may get them on, and that's it. Two categories. One, they don't have the CPDLC ACAR system stuff that maybe the PMDG has. And two, all the other variants, but you got to pay for those variants. So, again, but I get it. A lot of people are going to enjoy that max. I'm going to see if I can kick a door off at 30,000 feet. No, I mean, did I say that out loud? Poor plane is, Boeing has just really taken a hit with that plane. And I know the 787 gave them troubles too, so. All of that makes, I get it. Like I said, you only get the 800 with ZBO, where PMDG gives you the others, but at a cost, big cost. IX, yeah, the IX model is the 300, I believe. And yeah, that's like flying this, except with 2 engines and no flight engineer. But this is so much fun, the 747. It's a lot of work. Yeah. Yeah, and man, that stinks how long that's taken on your 182. Ah. Yeah, it's kind of like the level up is like the FJ, FlyJ Sim 727. They both keep saying it's coming to X-Plane 12, but yeah, I really don't hold my breath on them. I wasn't a level up guy, so I don't have a lot to say about that one. I never had it. But the 727 would be nice in X-Plane 12. And so would a 182. Oh, wait. No, wait. That's real plane. Not... All right. Top of descent. They're calling us at 352. So let's see what we can do here, folks. First off, I'm going to do a little math to make sure we're coming down at the right point. We're at 38. We need to come down to 24, so that's 14 times 3. 42, we'll call it 50 miles out for a 2,300 foot a minute descent. Let's see, 34. Yeah, we cross PLYMM. We'll start our descent. Okay, so we're getting there, folks. We're oh so close, yet so far away. I thought I had the time set to real world. Obviously not. Oh, I know what I did. I know exactly what I did, folks. It was the time on my clock is what I set it for in the airplane. That's Central Standard U.S. time, not Frankfurt. No wonder we're going to land in the daylight, probably, or dusk, one of the two. Oh my. Time zones. Still doesn't beat some of the stuff I've seen on time zones yet, but that one rates up there. We've got a great crowd tonight. Glad y'all are here to see the landing. Hope you all have seen the video up on YouTube. The last flight from yesterday, the A350 from Berlin to Amsterdam, highly recommended. Basically highlights 00 takeoff, 00 landing. Granted, broke out at 400, to be all transparent. And severe weather in between. Oh yeah, and the Borg assimilated us along the way too. All reasons to watch. Man, I wonder if I do have a, no, I didn't take a screenshot of that. Dang it. Because I'm thinking about redoing the poster for it, and, we are the Borg. All right, we are KEGRI, I believe, is what we just crossed. Now direct VIGMA, KB 81 Gulf, and then slowly working our way down to PLYMM. We're about in U.S. airspace, or at least controlled airspace, out of Boston. Boston's not up. Wow. I don't think I've been up and seen this very often. Still not going to come online. Okay, fuel's looking good across the board. Temperatures in the bays, or in the cabin back there, looks good. Okay, everything online looking good, no warnings. We're looking good, folks, for the arrival. again, we'll open up the reserve valves for the fuel in the descent some point. Again, the whole goal in the fueling system of this aircraft, take off with all your pumps and cross feeds set like you see them, but turned on for your pumps. Once you're airborne into climb, turn off your 1 and 4 pumps as long as all of your cross feeds are on. Let the center tank drain. Once it does, turn the scavenge pump on to get the last 2,000 or so pounds out. And then once that's done and you balance out, which is real easy, you're balanced, go into continue down to you're about 5,000 apart, and then turn all the make sure all the pumps but the center one is on. I know it sounds difficult, but it's really not that bad. And then on descent, turn your reserve valves on. The goal, the heavier amount of fuel closer to the fuselage than out in the wingtips. Even though I don't think the fuel bladders go out that far, but they might. We want the majority of the weight closer, or at least even out over the engines. So, and I don't want to crawl in one to see. So we're about an hour out of JFK, folks. Great day, great flying. Just went as planned. It's amazing this aircraft is how easy it's beginning to get me, and it's going to catch me one day. And well, it has a couple times. One thing to always keep in mind on takeoff. Right here, your flaps, as you're bringing them up, make sure you get them all the way up. When you get them to 1, now I want you to look at it. It could be mistaken as up if you do a quick glance and go on, and then you're going to blow a flap. I've done it a couple times, folks. So always make sure 2 things. You hear the first officer say flaps up, and verify. Famous words from that superior president, Ronald Reagan: trust, but verify. Just telling my wife where that came from today. All right, why are we getting into this headwind? I really hope with the radar update coming sometime soon, some way to smooth out these changes in the atmosphere so we don't have such steep airspeed swings. Now, I know in the real world they probably do happen, but man, and the altitude stuff. Oh, that is, I mean, granted, turbulence happens. That's one thing, but it's just, oh man. Well, we got to get through 1.3, which is supposedly the ATC update. Now, what do they mean by ATC? If you to set up a flight plan in X-plane to fly out, not with BATSIM, IVAO, POSCON, any of the online services, strictly in SIM ATC. Supposed to get much better than it has ever been in other sims. It's pretty lofty, but then again, Austin has been pretty lofty with X-Plane 12. So, set some pretty high standards, which they met. So, I have been amazed at all that he's done. Now, I'm with some and believe some of it could have happened this way, that way, the other. But you know what? He's the guy that knows that big picture. And maybe that piece of puzzle had to be fitted right there in order to do this. Who knows? I don't know. But looking forward to the weather radar weather update coming. 1.x is what it's called right now. By that it means, now this one isn't as sophisticated as others, especially those of today, but supposedly we're going to be able to, all of those 737 radar controls on the default, Zebo's already got them active, just not tied to anything yet, will work. All of the default aircraft will work. I know nothing about radar. My private pilot days didn't deal with radar. So I have a new animal to learn when that comes online. So looking forward to it. Are we seriously? No way. I did not think I'd crossed PLYMM yet. Yes, I've been, well, I accidentally set this aircraft to 11 o'clock St. Louis time for takeoff, because that's when it was scheduled. I looked down at my clock. I said, okay, if I set it here, it'll be fine. That's incorrect. I should have set it for 11 a.m. departure is would have been on me like 5 o'clock instead. It was 11 o'clock Zulu instead of 5 or 1700 Zulu. Anyway, I screwed it up. I'm still screwing it up. So, all I do know is we are officially under 250 miles to top of descent. Let's pull up the chart one more time for the newcomers, just so they have an idea what we're flying in. PLYMM, Providence, Trait, Parch, Calverton, Robert. Those are what we're getting ready to get onto here. Trait at 24, Calverton at 12,250 knots, Rober 9,000, and then on we go. Crail, we're going to go direct to the ILS. 22 left. Real quick, here is the real world. Let's see, approach in use, 22 left, ILS, and 22 right. Departing 22 right. Aircraft filed for the Southern, Dixie, and RBV can expect 3-1. So that's what we're dealing with. Broken 7,500, 22 and 16 on the temperature, 10 miles, 260 at 10. Fun approach. Again, we're going 22 right for the arrival. We're taking the longer one. So we're going to go direct covert and then in on the ILS. Here's the numbers. 109.5 for the ILS, 221 for the final approach course. Matter, which is 5 mile final, 1900 feet. ILS decision altitude, we're going to set radar at 250. Should we do a missed approach, we're going to go out to chant. Here's the way we do it. And hold. Here's what's required. Again, we're coming direct to covert matter for the ILS. 3,000, 1900 matter on the glide slope. Minimums for us today, 250 broken or overcast on the METAR and 3/4 of a mile unless they're showing an RVR. As long as it's 40 or higher, we're good as well. All right, and then once on the ground, if we're lucky, we'll get off before the runway. Otherwise, we'll just taxi over to the old Terminal 2 area where Pan Am used to park. So here we come to KB81G, SOBAH, then PLYMM. PLYMM will be very close to top of descent. Approach speed for today. Again, let's just do that. Double check our weather, which is an hour old almost, 260, 10, 300, temperature 22. Good. So our numbers will be landing speed of 140, approach at about 150 or so. So beautiful day, hopefully coming in. Once we break out at 7,500, we should be okay. I have run into where most flights lately, we go well past 70, the posted broken limits. Before, poof, there's a runway. Yesterday we had 00 technically into Schiphol. The METAR read broken 100. I forget the mileage we could see, or kilometers, sorry. And we broke out at 400. No clouds below us. So that was actually a plus. Then I had a hiccup with the flight controls, but we got back under control and landed a very long runway. So I did not want to shoot a missed approach. I know in the real world, I don't get that choice if I can't see the runway. Here, plenty well, just screwed myself up, got out of balance a little bit, and back in, but technically, yeah, go around. So, but anyway, thanks again for being a part of Flying with Mike. If you're looking for a virtual airline to join, I've got one for you, ! PAAV, or simply www.crew.pavirtual.com. Great airline. We fly both Pan Am, get ready to chuckle, and TWA. Yeah, two airlines that hated each other. We've got under the same banner. Nah, it's a flight sim world, folks. It's not like the real world. But yeah, those two were vicious enemies. But I always say this, and even to the guy that brought me aboard, the CEO, wouldn't that have been amazing if somehow, some way, TWA and Pan Am could have buried the hatchet away from each other and came together as an airline. I really wonder if the two could have made it. TWA had a fantastic domestic base. Pan Am brought a fantastic international base and way of doing it. Those two would have came together, what would they have been today besides maybe gone? You never know. The airline world is a strange place. But anyway, the Pan Am side of the house here, folks, flies pretty close to what Pan Am did in 1985. The CEO is working up a 1961 schedule. So 1985, think 747s. 1961, 707s. Especially since the other sim has a 707 once again. We have one in X-Plane 12, but it doesn't have long legs. It's the short haul version. The 727-100. Well, 120. So we have that. We have TWA. Now, they're a more modernish looking kind of TWA than what it was in 2001 when American gobbled it up. For one, they didn't have 737-800s. They didn't have 737s at all. They definitely didn't have A320s. But the rest of the fleet, they did have the 767, 757, MD-80s, and so forth. So, real good airline, folks. We're trying to keep those schedules. We're looking to build them and build out. I've got a few areas that I need to work on with 1985. So, really hope you give us a look. And, as a side note, if you're into digital combat flight simulation, talk to the CEO. Goes by Spaceman. He can maybe walk you through what they have in place through the airline. Now, granted, I don't know that they're direct, but there is a DCS squadron, wing, whatever, there. So, anyway, give it a look, folks. Love to have you aboard. Okay, I think that is the KB81 Golf we just crossed. So direct SOBAH. Folks, we're getting real close to JFK. Call it 45 minutes out. As it stands right now, tomorrow, the game plan is South Africa, flying a flight down there. However, I may look to World Flight and see if maybe we hook a flight with them. Not sure. We'll see where they're at when I'm starting to do this. And then Friday, I'm probably gonna figure out where World Flight is and see if I can fly with them, or I'm going to hold off on the third part of this Life as a Military Brat till either next week or the week after. So, enjoy. And again, remember, that is based on my life as a military brat. Born in San Bernardino at the Air Force Base there, Norton. Pretty much whisked away to Bitburg. Now, we weren't able to fly from San Bernardino to Bitburg. We went into Spangdahlem, 10 miles away. But we're coming back via Rhein, Maine, And and Rhein, Main was on Frankfurt International until they moved everything out to Ramstein. Hey, Hawker, welcome aboard. And no, Mike is not a DCS pro. Mike doesn't fly DCS. Oh, there you go again. Are you back there working with that glue and stuff on your Hawker project? All right. Welcome in, Hawker. Glad to have you aboard. Glad to have everyone here. Downwind Sim. We got the whole gang. By the way, Downwind, that's your DCS Pro, Hawker. Not this guy. See? He's the pro. All right, now we got to start paying a little more attention to the plane. The plane. Got about 90 miles to PLYMM. And about 25 or so miles out of PVD, we start our descent. So, all right, got this down. All right, we'll zoom up a little bit here on the map real quick so everyone can see. Here's our performance. Again, 140 roughly is our landing speed. We're going to plan the approach around 150 and oh no. Oh no. So we're going to do 150 for our approach. It's very simple, folks. Just always when you're doing this performance calc, be it takeoff or landing, click load sheet so you get that aircraft information in there. Oh, that stinks, Hawker. Oh man. Hopefully things come together quick for you. Yep, and our ground speed is dwindling again. We're back to 400. Wow. Hitting that good old westerly jet, I guess. I don't know. But pretty strong winds here. However, those of you going from the States to Europe, enjoy. I'm guessing probably anywhere from 75 to 80 knot headwind ahead of us. Right, just getting some things set up here, folks, for the ILS arrival into JFK. Now, technically, this approach, the Perch 3, I think it is, Perch 3, is flyable VOR to VOR. Even though it technically says RNAV, technically you can fly it to PVD, to Perch, which if you fly the 233 out 34, 48 or so miles, you'll intercept 265 into Calverton, fly the 229 out for 18 miles to Rover. You could turn 283. This would be probably your only wonder, and then direct to your ILS. This is probably the only RNAV to it. Worst case scenario, fly to here and button hook up and button hook back, even though it's not on the approaches. Okay, we're going to go ahead and save your eardrums from another run of the music. Just stop it there. We are close enough to the arrival point to top of descent to warrant that. And let you all kind of watch as we head in here. Like I said, as soon as we start our descent, we'll put the reserve tanks sometime between then and 10,000 feet, open them, and drain them out of the tips empty, and we'll be good for the approach. Currently 30-ish minutes out from JFK. And again, this is episode 2, part 2 of Life as a Military Brat, Frankfurt International back in the day, I would have been on this flight, Rhein, Main, Germany, to New York City, JFK. Today, Rhein, Main is no more. Actually, it's a whole new terminal complex at Frankfurt. All of that was there during the Cold War and beyond, went into the 90s, has moved to Ramstein. That's where a lot of staging for efforts in the Middle East and other places aside from the Cold War occurred, was Rhein, Main on Frankfurt International. So the way this was set up, we flew from San Bernardino to Spangdahlem. Just wasn't comfortable with Bitburg. And Spangdahlem being within 20 miles, I figured good enough, put us in there. Then we took a 727 from Spangdahlem to Rhein, Main. Again, remember I call is Frankfurt International. And then we boarded this flight, the 74 to JFK. Wanted it to be the 707-120. I really don't think it had the range to make this flight. So that and Pan Am Virtual, we don't have a flight for it. So I chose to go with the 7-4, knowing wholeheartedly it'd make it here because it came in from LA. So that's where we stand. Episode 2 will end, or episode 2 part 2 ends at JFK. We'll then pick it up, round off where we ended up, where I ended up as a military brat after our first or second assignment after being born. Like I said, I was born in California and immediately whisked over to Germany. Now we're on the way back for the next assignment. We're going to split it here at JFK and then continue to the ending point of episode 2. So maybe that will be the 707. Who knows? Okay, we're coming up to SOBAH. And again, the life of the military brat is dedicated to military government brats, kids who were, I mean, we saw a lot of the world and country, folks, thanks to the U.S. government and militaries moving us around. 9 different schools I went to. And that's, to a lot of people, oh my gosh, yeah. Well, if you look at it today, you could conceivably do 4 or 5 just in your hometown. But we did 9. I know military brats that did a whole lot more schools than I did, and I know some that did less, like I've said. So, but it's to them. We not only I not only saw the world as a military brat, but then I joined the military, albeit only saw one station, but potential to see the world as well. So that's what this is dedicated to, and we're just about to land episode 2, part 2 in JFK. All right, let's pull up the descent checks. Yeah, I know. They didn't have these lovely tablets back in the day. Don't you love them? Love you, Felix. It's just awesome to have this. Anyway, so we're going to make sure seatbelts, anti-ice, exterior lights. So a lot of this actually starts more down around 10,000 feet than up here. So we could start it and just let it end. It's not VR compatible. I don't fly VR, so I don't have to worry about it. So it's useless to me. Well, I don't fly VR at all, so. Okay, real quick, we're calling medium break. Okay. All right, that should be PLYMM. And we are not tracking. Did I put the right freak in? Yeah, 15.6. It's not tracking. Oh yeah, it is 43 miles out. Yeah, we're coming in. All right, let's set 24. Okay, go to altitude select. Starting down. Oh, we got to put it in VS, sorry. Okay, we're still Mach at 0.85. The throttles will adjust, and we're beginning our descent. You can't set chocks or any of that in VR. Wow. Well, like I said, I don't have VR, so okay, that's set. Altitude select is on. And we're descending. Medium brakes. All right, let's head over here. Open and open. If I did the math right, they should be still under our 2 and 3 tanks, the 2 outer tanks. Okay, 28 miles out. I can get it. I understand you there, downwind. Yeah. I've never been under the proverbial VR hood, and just not really what my way of immersion. I know I know Hawker talks about it a lot. I've seen Megabit over in Germany use it. Would I like to try it? I really don't think so. right, 300. I'm going to go ahead switch into IAS. I'm just we're immersed a lot right now, and I can't imagine, because I've seen people, you know, and I know a lot of it could be staged comedy, but kind of makes me nervous, that technology. Well, you know, you say that. Talking about DCS, there was a guy I used to fly with. Oh gosh, 10 years ago, I think. What Spaceman and I figured out how long ago it was since I flew on DCS before the blue screens Hawker mentioned. He built an A-10 cockpit to fly, and he flew it on DCS. And caught wind that a friend of mine visited him, and he went under the goggles and started to cry of how much money he had spent into this cockpit, and the VR goggles made it pretty much, made the default pretty much what he had done. Those don't exist. Okay, you say so there, Hawker, but what was happening to you when you blew up that hard drive?
Level off.
Uh-huh, uh-huh. All we forgot now, huh? Okay, we're coming into trait here. Okay, we're going to level off. Then it's down to Calverton at 15, was it? 12. And 250. Yeah. No, I'm just quite happy the way I am. Well, I know many of you would love to have had me on ATC. There's no ATC here. Well, let me double check. Yeah, nope, ground came back up in the JFK area. Well, that's good to help 6 people. But, all right, but I just, for this flight, thought it'd be just best to stay offline on it. And we're doing good here on the descent. How we doing back here? Fuel's drained. Okay. We should be just about over trait, which is 34. Okay, so we still got about 15, roughly 15 miles to go. Okay, we're about to cross trait. We're at 24,000. About a mile to go. Down we go to 12. All right, there we go. We're starting that descent. Now we got about another, so 14 is 48.7. Or we'll watch the HSI over here line up. That'll be our cue to turn to Calverton. Now, granted, we're following FMS. However, we could be doing this VOR to VOR. Okay, and we're going to set 30.00. And we're at 21. Okay, getting our altitude. We're draining the pressurization in the cabin to our to 0. And there's a Parch 8,032 plus the slowdown. Okay, 18,000's coming up. 30. $1,095. And 221. All right, we're set for the instrument.
Cabin crew, prepare for landing.
Ladies and gentlemen, please make sure your seat backs and tray tables are in their full upright position. Make sure your seatbelt is securely fastened and all carry-on luggage is stowed underneath the seat in front of you or in the overhead bin. Our cabin crew are currently passing around the cabin to make a final compliance check and pick up any remaining customs valuables. Thank you.
1,000 to level off.
All right, so we are coming in on 12,000. Few miles ahead of Parch, or of a Calverton VOR, Triple C. And then we turn 229.
Cabin ready.
All right, this journey is slowly coming to an end, folks, in 12 minutes. So hope you all are ready. Glad to hear that, Hawker. You're up to date now to go blow things up in the sky. And hope you enjoy.
approach checklist, please.
Seat belts and shoulder harness.
Check.
10,000.
Seat belts and no smoking signs.
On.
Anti-ice.
Off.
Exterior lights.
Check.
Auto brakes.
Medium.
Radio INS switches.
Radio.
Flight director computer selectors.
Check.
Brake pressure.
Check.
Spoilers.
Armed.
Altimeters.
1016. Set and cross-check.
Landing data, EPR and airspeed bugs.
Set and cross-check.
Seat belts and shoulder harness. Check. Fuel panel. Check. Fuel heat. Wait. Off. EPR computer. Go around. Cabin altitude. Check. Circuit breakers. Check. Approach checklist completed.
Okay, we're at 9,000 and I am going to begin. We'll leave it at 240 for the turn to Crail. And then I am going to. All right, Crail. Okay. Two 8-3. Okay, we're slowing up to 220. All right, we'll make that heading change now. All right, we are direct here in a minute. Okay, we're lining up. Let's get flaps 1 in.
Flaps 1.
Okay, we should be on the ground here, folks, very shortly. We are direct
1,000
covert,
level off.
headed for 3,000, and I'm going to begin to slow us now to 210. All right, 3,300, nice ease in here, and your black meal is wearing off. I'm trying, man. It's a heavy. I ain't in a little Piper Cub like you.
Flaps 5.
Not 100% sure, but that might be the airport. Or that. No, I'm going to lay odds that is. Okay.
Flaps 10.
All right, we're about to turn in.
Gear down. Localizer alive. down, green light. Flaps 20.
Well, thank you, Hawker, for the gift sub. We sure appreciate it. And it looks like the Star, the controller, got the gift. Thank you again so much. Oh my gosh. I don't know about you all, but I'm having a hard time seeing the runway.
Flaps 25. Flaps 30.
Landing checklist.
Gear.
Down and check.
Down and check. Flaps.
Flaps 30.
Flaps 30. Ignition.
Flight start.
Anti-skid.
Check.
Altimeters. 1016. Set and cross checks. Landing checklist completed.
Okay, I got this figured out now. It's like, why does it feel like they've flooded my runway? I forgot this one was pretty well displaced. Sure looks like the airport's flooded though. Landing.
500. Approaching minimums.
Glide slope. Glide slope. Pull up. Pull up. Glide slope. Glide slope. Glide slope. Glide slope.
50.
Glide slope.
40.
Glide slope.
30. 20. 10.
Auto brake off. $60 knots.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our destination airport. For your safety and comfort, please remain seated with your seatbelt fastened until the captain turns off the fasten seatbelt sign and we have parked at our gate.
Flaps up.
After landing checklist.
Brake pressure.
Check.
Body gear steering.
Arm.
Outer brakes.
Off.
Ignition.
Off.
Engine and wing anti-ice.
Off.
Radar and transponder.
Damn. Stand by.
Flaps.
Up.
Spoilers.
Down.
Stabilizer trim.
Damn. Seven units.
Outflow valves. Open. Pressurization mode selector. Manual. Aft cargo heat. Off. APU. Check. Checklist completed.
All right, welcome to JFK. We got a little further to go on the taxi, but interesting that I forgot that runway is so displaced. And the reversers didn't deploy, but that's okay. That's what them feet on the ground are for. Next up will be the shutdown checklist, which is kind of in parts with the INS system. Close those off. And that terminal, kind of the center post there, just to the left of is where we're going. And that's the old world port. No longer. It's kind of an amazing thing again. TWA, because it made it later, their terminal was historic. The world port was not. Even though it was.
Brake released.
All right, so here we are, folks. Let's shut down 2 and 3 real quick. All right, let's get up here to the APU, get on the gen. The bleed. These can be turned off now. Okay. Gonna tell them chocks.
Cockpit to ground. Put the chocks on.
The bad thing about this aircraft is I gotta set the chocks in order for the ACARs and a lot of systems to say it landed. We have the EPU on, make sure the bleed and the gens are on. They are. Shut the engines down. Okay, and we're into blocks, folks. Chocks are set, GPU.
Cockpit to ground. Connect ground power.
And the engines are spooling down. Okay, we're in, folks.
Ground power connected.
Cabin crew, disarm slides. All right, secure cockpit checklist.
Brakes.
Hold on.
Yeah, we'll have to tell it to.
Beacon lights.
Off.
INS.
Align.
Probe and window heat.
Off.
Back valves. Check. Fuel boost pumps. Wait. Off. Reserve tank valves. Closed. Hydraulic panel. Wait.
Thought I got him.
Oxygen. Check. Flight recorder. Off.
Emergency lights.
Damn.
What did I set it to? Oh, on.
Off.
Radar.
Off.
INS. This.
I set it to standby. I thought that's where we went.
Off. Radio switches. Let's see.
Checklist completed.
All right, we're finished, folks. All right, so let's take a look here. Boot the people off. First things first. Oh, I gotta work on something here. I see. Okay, go back here. Open up some doors. Okay, and the people are getting off. All right, let's take a look at this flight. Sorry about that, folks. Got the final word in. Airline wise, it's best to just do this. File it. Go over here, refresh. Okay, according to the airline, we landed at 260 feet a minute. Let's see what we did with Elevatech. 220 feet a minute, 144 knots, 1G. It really did feel like a good landing. Okay, now the official that I use is Sim Toolkit. This. Bear with me, I'm going to get rid of that. Okay, according to Sim Toolkit, the word is 180 feet, 144 knots. That, folks, is what we were aiming for. Love it. Not sure who got that one. Next flight. Where are we going next tonight? It's a neat airline. It's called Pillow Express. And it looks like yours truly got it. 280 feet a minute, only 100 feet off the feet per minute. Wow. But yeah, that, you know, I'll agree with you guys. That looked like a beautiful landing. Wow. Let's look at it, shall we? Get the numbers up here. All right, so we flew. Viewing the details, there's the route over the ocean. 8 hours, 10 minutes, 3,300 miles, 94,900 kilograms of fuel, 1.1 G, and 180 feet a minute. 144 knots. I mean, like I said, folks, that's just about everything we said we wanted to do. We did in this. Now, let's see where we landed. I forgot this was so displaced. It is unreal. I'm pretty sure it looks like I landed short. No, slightly long. All right, reason I say, look at this displacement from here to here. Oh yeah, and we ended up, here's your aiming point, folks. Pappy's right off here, glide slope somewhere in the neighborhood. And we landed 1,500 feet down the runway, 15 feet off the center. Not bad, folks. Those are what we want to see. Pitch 007, 091 for the roll. So we were pretty well stable, and the numbers are, it's just an amazing land. That was fun. Not as fun as last night's with all the 0-0s and thunderstorms and everything. That was just insane. But that was fun to fly, even though very long to fly. So, all right, so let's give it a try. Why not? Well, let's close up the plane first. Actually, I don't know if I can. Now we can. Closed and closed. Let's get the jetway away. All right, let's give it a try. Uh-oh, spinning. Oh, look at. Oh, where are we? That's the only sucky thing at this point, folks, is trying to figure out where you are. There's our runway. Okay, so let's take a look at this. Also didn't realize it was displaced localizer on it. Here I am thinking the runway's right ahead of me, and it's actually right over here. I think I landed on the nose gear first. Nope, close enough though. They sure have, and reverse thrust obviously did not apply. One last time. All right, there you have it, folks. You can see the reverse did not apply. That's when we got on the brakes. All right, welcome in, folks. I'm glad you were all here. And we are going to call it a night after a wonderful flight.
Parking brake set.
Chocks removed. Ground power disconnected.
Put the chocks on. Cockpit to ground. Connect ground power.
Chocks are on. Ground power connected.
Okay, there we go. All right, so we're back, folks. Again, thank you so much for being a part of Flying with Mike. We're going to call it a night here before the next departure with you. When is that going to be, Mr. Hawker? Just give me a time, date. I'll be there as long as it's not right now. Crew rest time for this guy. All right. Well, folks, we are going to wrap things up. Thank you again so much, Hawker 125, Duluth Fly for the moderation. Seeing you again, Downwind Sims. Awesome. You're right. We need to get out there for some ice cream. And everyone else that was aboard, thank you. What a great day today was flying. And we'll be back at it tomorrow. Maybe down in South Africa. Maybe we just might change where we're going. So for now, thank you for flying with Mike. Don't forget, if you're interested, Pan Am Virtual is always looking for pilots. Here's a link. www.crew.pavirtual.com. Love to see you aboard. Love to fly with you. Hawker, looking for that time to go fly with you. Let me know. I'm available. Just got to check my schedule. So, we'll talk to you all tomorrow. God bless you all. We'll see you then.